Councilman Dr. Warren.
Good morning.
And Madam Chair Logan.
Present. Today, colleagues, we have one item on the agenda, and it is an update on temporary shelter options for domestic violence victims and homeless families. All council districts requested by Councilman Warren. And if you would, Mr. Director, give us your name and address, and you are recognized right after I recognize Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cash, for coming, Director Cash. And I guess the thing that I wanted was I needed the public to know what was going on. We've been dealing with the hotel that was sort of a failed business model that, we've been supporting for quite some time, trying to keep it going. They've allowed us to take people not only who were homeless, but also people, abuse victims and things there, and helping the police department have a place to drop them so the officer's not with the family for 8 or 12 hours until they can find a place. That's not there now, and I was wanting an update on not necessarily names and places, but how many hotels we have, how the police know about it, and then offline you can get the information to us of where they would go, so in case we need to have a place, we can send people there.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Ashley Cash, Housing and Community Development Director, 170 North Main. And so thank you, Councilman Warren, for sharing that information and that introduction. You are correct. We transitioned from a private hotel who, did their best, really was helpful during COVID. And now what we have done is we've communicated to MPD that is a less viable option. I think one of the questions, less viable being the Travel Lodge where we were sending people before. People may still be able to go there. So I think we were talking specifically about DV survivors. So if they are self-pay, meaning that they are able to pay out of their own pocket and they just need somewhere to go to keep them safe, they could potentially go there. We have shared one other hotel location. At the time, we had 2 locations, but our team went out to, I'm gonna say Hotel A, and we had like a mold infestation. Right, the rooms that they showed us were fine, but the rooms that people were staying in just weren't that viable. And so we do have a secondary option that we have shared with the police department. I also will be in communication with Shelby County CSA. I know they changed the name, but it used to be called the Rape Crisis Center. But they do a lot of coordination of services for people who are in need of that nature. And so just making sure that we're communicating with them. But what our team is doing right now, and I'll shout out Kimberly Mitchell on my team, who offered to be here today, but I told her she didn't, that was fine. She didn't have to come. But I know she's had many conversations with you and your team.
She's been great.
Yeah, she's awesome. But we're going to go and vet a couple of other options, hotel options that are lower cost, that are willing to work with the city and people who are experiencing, really challenging situations, so that we have more than one option.
For council members, I think we negotiated with the hotel, and once we got in there, they cranked the price up $20 a night after we had people there.
Yeah.
So we had a verbal commitment, and then the commitment was changed. So I think we're going to get a written commitment this time before we go through, but that's one of the reasons I want y'all to be aware that it's still in flex.
That's correct. Now, outside of a hotel, there are a couple of different options. I know when people are needing to, evade in the middle of the night, it's a little bit more challenging. But we do have some service providers who provide that service. So Salvation Army, A Way Out Ministries, YWCA, Mid-South Genesis CDC, and Case Management, Inc., they all provide support to people who are experiencing DV. And so that could be a secondary option. Of course, like I said, if it's the middle of the night, it'll be hard to get people to those spots. A lot of times they're at capacity. But really the best thing is to make sure that the individual gets into a system so that they can have those supportive services.
Yeah, but they need a place in the middle of the night. That's
true.
What we're talking about here. So we have to have that.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
So what is it?
So like I said, we've got one hotel option right now. We're vetting a couple of others, so hopefully we can add to that pool. And Councilwoman, I know you mentioned another hotel provider. I'd love to get their information from you as well.
Okay, I think that's what we need to know, is that we are in flux, that we're still doing it, Ms. Cash and Kimberly are working on this and are going to have it nailed down. And then they'll get it for us at some point in the near future, and hopefully within weeks as opposed to months.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I want to also, before we continue, want to recognize Councilman Ford has arrived, and Councilwoman Walker as well. My question, Director Cash, is, and thank you for bringing this up, Dr. Warren. This is an important topic. Making certain that constituents, residents, citizens know exactly what to do in the crisis. If they don't want to call the police or they, leave, how do we communicate to the general population if you are experiencing, say DV, and that's the major thing, here's a number to call. So is there a central intake?
There, to my knowledge, not on the city side. I think the best option, because Shelby County Community Services Agency, they do a lot of that social services, case management type of stuff. And so that may be the best number, but if I can give you, and I know you want it probably in the public realm, but let me do a little bit of research to see if that's the number, to get a number for you. Otherwise, if people are experiencing homelessness, it would be the homeless hotline, Memphis homeless hotline. Kimberly is great at this. She can rattle it off at the top of her head, and I cannot. If you give me a hot second, I can look it up on my phone and share that with you. And then YWCA, they do intake, and they kind of do it all through the night, but it just depends on what their capacity. Yeah, how many beds they have available.
And so I'm more so not necessarily just homelessness, but more so.
But specifically
DV.
to DV, we don't have a number where you can call and say, get assistance with this, unless it is going to be the police department if you're having, an emergency situation of that nature.
I would like for us to work on that, in terms of even when you're talking about homelessness or you're talking about DV, having a number or just a number that people can call to get assistance. I don't know if that needs to be 2211 or, and we, I don't know, are they staffed overnight, 24 hours?
They're not.
Okay.
I think they may end. It may go to 8 p.m., but it's not through the night. And I know some other divisions have had challenges because stuff, things don't happen from 8 to 5. Things happen all hours of the day. And so just trying to figure out how to manage that in between when people are technically off work, but there's still situations that arise.
And I'm not certain if that's under your division, but we, or if we need to talk with the Chief Adams about it or bring him into the conversation about having a 24-hour hotline for situations, or even if it's you all meeting with the county and seeing if it's CSA that will be able to share as a city, be able to share that information, get that information publicly distributed so people will know who to call. Okay. Anyone else have any questions or comments, any business before this committee? Dr. Warren, you good? I want to also acknowledge Councilwoman Cooper Sutton has arrived. And if there's no further business before this committee, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Today's Tuesday, December 2nd. Welcome again to the Memphis City Council Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Committee meeting. Today's Tuesday, December the 2nd. JR, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Warren. Chair Spinoza.
I'm here. We've got Councilman Ford here as well. Welcome back. Hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving. We got one item on the agenda. As usual, discussion of MLGW fiscal consent. Doug, President McGowan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug McGowan, Memphis Gas and Water, 220 South Main. Today, we're requesting about $59 million worth of approvals of spending that will bring us to about $922 million through the year. We'll start with item one. This is the MLGW Control Center Planning and Design Service with RE Land. This is a $5 million engineering contract for the design of the new control room. We've talked about the need for a new control room. I want to report to you that yesterday we closed on the property at Goodlet Farms Parkway. You authorized us to spend $31.5 million. We closed at $27 million. So this was the next step here, getting this control room designed so that we can begin the construction in 2026 and have the control room ready when our grid modernization efforts are online in 2028. So with approval here, we'll get the design going on that new facility. Next is transmission planning process and interconnection studies in the amount of $775,000 for a 3-year contract with GDS Associates. When a new company comes to town and asks to be connected to the electric system, and they have a load of a certain size above 5 megawatts, we have to do a study. Right now, the queue that we have is getting larger, not smaller, because more people are trying to come to our area. And this is not just data centers, but other large systems. You know, St. Jude's expansion has to be studied. Other systems have to be studied. So we're asking GDS to help us with some throughput so that people don't have to wait as long for us to do that study. Next, there are 3 environmental contracts here that you're going to see. The first is with BH&M for $8,400,000. Now, this contract is going to allow them to do all of the engineering that's associated with environmental remediation. They'll be supervising the work for us. And this is everything from air monitoring when we're doing asbestos removal to lead remediation to fireproof removal and reinstallation. And then obviously coordinating other emergency abatement work as we see fit. We have lots of PCBs, which are the chemicals that are in old transformers that need to be disposed of. So this company oversees all of that disposal. The next is for the environmental abatement services with Northwest Contracting. We have 2 firms that actually do the actual remediation work. In this case, Northwest is going to be doing lead paint and asbestos removal at several of our facilities. There's erosion at several of our gas facilities that we have to have remediated to meet Transportation Security Agency requirements. And also we have electric transmission towers along the Wolf River. The river is actually eroding the riverbank and we're getting runoff, so it's undermining our facility, and we have to make sure that we address that. So in addition to some other things at our substations where we're removing asbestos and lead at some of those facilities. The next is with General Construction Services in the amount of $1,932,000. Again, lead paint and asbestos abatement, and getting rid of some of the, helping us with gas integrity with this removal of the asbestos coal tar wrap. So that was something that we had used in the past, asbestos, to wrap some of the gas pipes, and they're going to help us with that removal and replacement as we go forward. So it's large numbers, but this environmental work is specialized, and we have to get all of this out of our system for the safety of our workers and our citizens. The next is Nutanix support and maintenance in the amount of $725,000. You remember we talked about the control center. Well, inside the control center is our SCADA system, supervisory control and data acquisition, as well as our energy management system. This buys us new computer hardware for that SCADA system so that we can keep it up to the most modern standard, and it enables us to implement that advanced distribution management system that is the core of that modernization system. Next is private side lead service line replacement. We had a grant of about $5 million from the American Rescue Plan Act that came through the city of Memphis to us, and we decided to use that for private side lead service line replacement. As you know, since 2012, we were replacing lead service lines on the public side. That's from the main water main to the meter. This will allow us to do about 600 from the water meter to the house. We finished a pilot, and we did about eight or 10 houses during the pilot. This will allow us to move forward with 600. Now, we have many more to do, but we have to use this ARP money by September of 2026. So this contract will allow us to do about 600 homes that need it. Just so you know, what we're doing is we're going to do the private side on homes where the public side's already been replaced. So if we've replaced it, but the public side, or the private side's still lead, we're going to move on those houses. And they're where you would expect, North Memphis, South Memphis, in the middle of, that kind of swath through the middle of town, the oldest parts of the city where that infrastructure, and we did it based on the census tracts where it's most needed. ARP Administration and Engineering Services, this is $50,000 with ABES Engineering. We have a number of American Rescue Plan Act dollars, and we have to continue that administration to make sure we're using it appropriately and consistently, specifically using that on some of our filter bed replacements. And this is just oversight through June of 2026. So we're adding $50,000 to the contract. Next is water well production drilling in the amount of $6.5 million. This will result in us being able to drill 6 new wells over 1 year. As you know, we had slowed down on our well drilling and had lost some production. This allows us to catch back up. Since we started this work, we're about 40 million gallons of additional capacity from when I started back in January of 2022, or excuse me, December of 2022. We've increased our capacity by about 40 million. Each one of these gives us 2 million gallons of additional capacity. Every new well does. So this allows us to build up our capacity again to serve customers should we need to pump that much water. And always we're having to replace wells that fail. And so 6 is the right number for us in this coming year. Next are 2 contracts for master paving. We talked about this a little bit last time about the paving. We do 5,000 to 6,000 street cuts a year when we're doing lead service line replacements, steel tap replacements for gas lines, or when something breaks in the street. And though obviously we have to go back and repave the street after we make those street cuts. So the first one is with Lehman Roberts, and that's for $10,300,000. The next one is with VUCON in the amount of $6,900,000. This allows both of these companies, they split up the patch replacements, and then they also do the single lane replacements. We talked about that last meeting. If I'm cutting in front of every house on a street, it's more efficient and more effective and better for the customers if I just repave the entire lane than having 30 street cuts on a street. So this is just slightly increased from last year just because of the cost of asphalt, but it almost matches how much money we spend in the city of Memphis for paving streets, which is, we want to make sure we have a good quality product for our customers when we finish our work. And this allows us to do that. Next is $379,000 for 750 KCM cable. This is about 1,600 feet of underground cable that supports underground electric service for new and existing customers. This is just increasing our stock so we have it to do the work. Next is a lease agreement with Palmer Logistics. This is down in the southeast Memphis area, just west of the BNSF rail yard there on Shelby Drive. This is conditioned warehouse space at about $5 per square foot. We'll be leasing this for about 3 years. We're doing this while we're building out the North Service Center because we have some critical electric components. You all know we've talked about buying these components ahead of time to get ahead of tariffs and to also get ahead of the supply chain issues. So those parts are all coming in, but they will degrade if they're sitting outside. So this facility will allow us to have them in inside storage, conditioned storage, so that they don't degrade before we put them into service. Next is video management and hardware maintenance in the amount of $350,000. This is all of our security cameras at all of our substations, electric substations, critical infrastructure. We have security cameras because these are critical infrastructure components, and we have to make sure that we can monitor them ably. This will allow us to expand the video surveillance of those sites and allow us to make sure that we upgrade the cameras to the latest technology. Next are connector set screws. I talked about Underground, this is for underground for street lights and lighting circuits that we have. These connectors here allow us to make quick connections underground. We're buying about 10,500 of these for $283,000. And this is just a normal part of the supplies that we have when we do underground lighting replacement. The next two are first is a 5-year contract with eSource, and the next is a Chartwell membership. These are both utility intelligence firms that provide us with the latest and greatest. Oftentimes people ask, well, how are they doing it across the country and how do you compare to everybody else? eSource is the standard for utilities intelligence, and they cover the waterfront from customer service to customer experience to your billing systems to the bill design, everything that you could want about how the customer relationship is with your customers. eSource can give us that, and Chartwell. So they do business intelligence. Chartwell does peer-to-peer comparisons. So eSource will tell us here's the best-in-class practice. Chartwell will say here are 4 different utilities who've implemented that practice, and here's what their experience was. So as we're going through this transformation, these are critical components to helping inform us over the next 5 years with eSource, and this is a 1-year extension for the Chartwell membership. But this helps us make sure we're staying consistent with the best practices across the country, not just what we think is best practice. With that, I will take your questions.
Thank you, President McGowan. We've got 3 members in the queue. We've got Dr. Warren, Councilwoman Logan, and then Councilwoman Walker. Dr. Warren.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of quick questions. As we're getting this backlog in line for people who are requesting power that's above that level that you talked about,
Yes.
Was it 5 million or?
It's 5 megawatts, yes.
5 megawatts, okay. So the 5 megawatts. Is there a way that, is that always first come, first serve, or can you choose who you want in an order? You have to do it first come, first serve?
Yes. We are guided by regulation that we can't just allow people to skip. So they get into the queue, first come, first serve.
I'm saying, but I'm looking at, on this, we've got data centers coming in here.
Right, but they don't really get into the queue. We don't do anything until they actually cut a check. So if you're in the queue, Dr. Warren and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton's in the queue, you're both in the queue, and you got there first, she got there second. Well, when she's ready to go, she cuts a check, and then we start working on her project. So you can be in the queue, and we don't really start taking any action until you actually pay us the fee. So they start being serious when we have a fee for them to
Well,
pay
I guess
us.
the question I have is, they seem to have the most capital. So if all of a sudden we've got 20 data centers in the queue because they paid you money, we have other people who got here a year ago and now they've got the money and they want to come in. The data centers give you the money right up front. They're going to be coming in way at the back. How does that work? Because it doesn't seem like it's quite right for a manufacturing plant or some other thing that comes in.
Yeah, the fee is not going to be significant for a manufacturing plant versus a data center. It's not a substantial fee. It's just they have to pay something. So, Alonzo, what's the order of magnitude? $50,000? We're talking like $50,000. So a manufacturing plant versus a data center, it's the same.
So they're doing that.
Yeah, they're absolutely doing
And
that.
small businesses are not going to meet that 5 megawatt threshold.
No, they're not. This is 5 megawatts used to be very large, and so it is still a large load. And you're talking about a manufacturing plant or a massive expansion, something like St. Jude's doing, that would get you over that 5 megawatt threshold. So there's no hold up for other companies. Manufacturers are coming.
What about that Fred's thing?
Nobody skips over.
The thing that's going into Fred's?
Yes, that's been going on for the last couple of years.
Is that more than 5 megawatts?
It will ultimately be more than 5 megawatts, yes. But they're doing it in phases, so. But this helps us make sure that the queue is cut down, so when new developments come, they're not waiting on us.
All right, and I guess the other question I had was, on this ARPA money that we're spending to do the lead line replacement?
Yes.
Is there a way that you're doing that based on financial need, or are you just doing it based on neighborhood? Because we got some people who can't really afford to do that, and others people who can. Or is we just doing neighborhood by neighborhood because we're not able to
But
determine?
we use the Justice 40 tracks that identify the areas of income need and that's how we prioritize that work. And so like you'll see, it's literally that swath from, if you look north and south of Midtown, that's where the
I'm going to
predominance
say,
of
because
these
most
are,
people
so,
who
yeah.
live in Evergreen, Central Gardens, they can afford to pay for theirs.
And so this is the first step. Again, it's 600. We probably have 20,000 of these to do. We have other funding from the state that we've applied for, state revolving loan fund money that we'll ultimately get to help us continue this work so we can get help as many people as we possibly can.
And I guess my other question had to do with the wells.
Yes.
You said we came up 40 million gallons. Each well is 2 million, so I think
Yes.
we put in 20.
Yes. Over the last about 3 years, we've put about 20 wells between new wells and rehabbing old
Okay.
wells with their motors. So we have about that increased capacity of about
Okay,
40
and on
million.
that, one of the things I was reading is that the aquifer seems to be recharging faster than we're taking out of it. Is that actually true?
That's what we understand from the funding that we have given to the University of Memphis to study the dynamics of the aquifer. That's what Dr. Waldron has told us. But there are areas of concern where you don't want to put a well, and areas where you want to be careful about where you do that, so you're not drawing contaminants down in.
Yeah,
And that's what that study is helping to inform us about how we should manage our well fields to make sure that we're preserving the integrity of the aquifer.
Because I think that's important, because most of us already know that there's a lot of pollution that's been in the ground before we knew this was an issue.
Absolutely.
And so what we're trying to do is, I guess, get that cleaned up. How are we able to prophylactically, or are you guys involved in spending any money to clean up anything around well sites?
Well, we're not really directly involved in cleaning things up. They just give us the indications through the study of areas that could be potentially that we might want to steer clear of for putting a well in, and then we go to another
So
area
is
to
that
do that.
TDEC that's doing the clearing and the federal environmental agencies?
Well,
or?
we have well fields that we own and rights to do that, but the study that we're doing with the University of Memphis gives us the idea about where we should put those based on their testing and monitoring of the wells.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Mr. McGowan.
Great questions, man. Did you stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night? You were rocking.
Yes, I was on a plane. I got up at, I guess, what would be,
Get it right.
I got up at 5 p.m.
I shouldn't have said anything.
5 p.m.
I digress.
Sunday and got on an airplane and flew in last night.
Good to see you.
Got here at 6.
Glad you had a good trip. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton joined us. Kidding aside, the lead service line update, I'm excited to see that. We've worked hard on that for a long time, so there's a lot of work ahead on that. Maybe you could bring something to us next meeting or in the new year to
Yeah, we're happy to
celebrate and
make a
share that.
presentation on that
Yeah.
for sure.
Councilwoman Logan. Thank you, Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, President McGowan, for this update. As usual, you all do an amazing job of keeping us informed in how you present. I had a couple of questions. One in particular, well, the first one is from my colleague, Councilwoman White, wants to know if the companies pay the cost for the studies.
Yes,
They do.
they
Okay.
do.
All right. Hopefully she's listening. And concerning the cabling, the water line replacement, and there's the lead pipe removal and all of the digging and trenching.
Yes.
Are you all coordinating, in addition to what you're doing, are you the coordinators for the fiber cabling now?
No, the city engineer controls the right of way. The Tennessee 811 system is the central coordination platform. When somebody is doing boring, we call this BORING, boring under the ground in the right of way to put any kind of infrastructure, whether it's MLGW, the city, or a fiber company, we all coordinate through 811. That action triggers everyone else to go out and mark their utilities, so that if a fiber company's coming, we go out and locate our water lines, our gas lines, and any underground electric lines, so they know that where they can and cannot bore, so that they miss them. And the city does the same thing with sewers, and the fiber companies, when we're doing work, are supposed to mark their fiber lines as well. So the coordinating is through the 811 system, so that everybody's coordinated underground. Now, that's how we avoid hitting utilities. The fiber companies have to apply for a permit through the city, if they're in the city limits here, in order to do boring, and they will coordinate with the city engineer the areas that they will be doing that. So if the question is about how do I notify people they're going to be in the neighborhood or who follows up for inspection, the city has a series of inspectors who go out and inspect that work afterward to make sure it's done to standards, it's cleaned back up, and everything's restored back to standards as well.
That was the next question, and I'll just deal with MLG&W right now. When you
Yes.
all get ready to go out to work, how do you notify the constituents? How do you notify the public
So
that you're in their neighborhood? You're going to be in their neighborhood.
Right. So that's something we are definitely improving on. So what we're using, I'll use the lead service line there. So we're using multi-channel communication there. First, we're on our trucks when we show up. We have the QR code to tell people so they can just look at the truck and say, "Here's why we're here." We're also using selective. We're using press announcements and standard social media announcements. The one thing that Miss Madden is putting into place is this new communications platform so we can geofence and text people, and I think that's going to be live in January. In January, so we're really looking forward to that because the standard channels, everybody's like, "Well, I didn't get the word." Well, now we can just geofence and we can text everybody there. It says we're coming to your neighborhood to do XYZ, tree trimming, whatever it is, lead service line replacements. So it's an exciting new venue because we all get the same question. Well, we did a press release, we did flyers, we did door hangers, and still people don't get the word. So we're going to go direct to their phones, their emails, and that's what this convey system is going to allow us to do. So we're excited about that.
Well, I love those ideas, and I was in Bartlett the other day, and this is my second time going past this neighborhood, and they had these little plastic A-frame signs at the entrance of the neighborhood that says, "We're so-and-so, we're in your neighborhood." It can have QR code on it, gives a phone number for you to call if you're having any issues. And, and it's been there, and so I know that they're still working. Anybody that comes by know that they're working, know who to call. Is that a possibility for us? You all do that as well?
Yes. We started kind of that with the lead service lines to say, so when you're driving in the neighborhood, there's a sign in the street that says, "Here's what we're doing." So when you see the trucks, that's what's going on. So
that'll be done for the cabling, the water lines, and all the things that you're doing whenever you're going in to dig.
if we're going into the neighborhood, yes.
Okay, all right. What does that mean?
Well, sometimes if we do if we have a water well lot, that we own, there's no neighbors around, we're not going to go in.
Oh, okay.
And,
Just-
That's just not going to bother anybody. But let's use the Weaver to Gill, the gas line replacement. That's kind of our best, most recent example where we reached out to those 720 people who we were going to be in their backyards multiple times and repeatedly via every channel that we could to let them know, including signage about what's going on. So,
Thank you.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We've got two more council members. We've got Councilwoman Walker and then Cooper Sutton. Or Vice Chair Walker, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, President McGowan.
Yes.
Once again, congratulations on the Control Center.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And I know you had mentioned that we had budgeted for 31 million, but you were able to do it for 27.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is the status of that $4 million?
So that's the authorization that you gave to us up to that. So as you know, that funding was all part of the larger picture for electric grid modernization. So that gives us the ability to have that additional margin in that $4 million is $4 million less we spent on that and more that we can spend on infrastructure so one way to think about it is that $5 million we just approved for the engineering, essentially, that allows us to pay for that since we got a lower price on the building. So that's $4 million we didn't have to spend on the building and we could spend on something else. At the end of the day, it's not like we're going to, we just have it sitting there. We'll use it for other things.
So it's going to roll over to something else.
Yeah, it's going to roll right into our modernization efforts. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you for that. And then the Elvis Presley corridor between Winchester and Craft, where the work is
That's
currently being
phase
done,
3,
is
I think,
any of
yeah.
that you all currently?
Yes, that's relocation of utilities down there, right? We still doing are we done? Okay, so our team tells me that we're done with our portion down there, so.
That you're done.
Yes.
So will anything else come up for you all between now and Elvis's birthday in January? I just want to make sure it's just as fluid as possible.
I don't believe so right now, Councilwoman, but we will check and come back to you to see if there's anything else we need to do. And then obviously we'll go down there also and do a sweep to make sure all of our stuff's out of the way.
Okay.
Before the birthday gets there. So,
Okay, and you can let me know at the next meeting.
Sure. We'll do
All
that,
right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for this. I yield the floor.
You bet.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And we also have Chairwoman-elect, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington just joined us. All right, last in the queue for the meeting, or for the committee meeting, we've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you personally, Ursula, for upgrading and getting us ready for our new advertisement and just the way you're presenting and making sure that everyone in the city and the community is getting the message of what's happening. And so thank you for that. And you're always sharing your emails so I can send them out personally to certain people. So thank you for that. My question is about the building on Highway 64. That's ours, right? That's yours where we storage things?
Highway 64.
US 64.
As summer.
You have
Is that our building? Is that a building that belongs to MLG&W?
I'm not familiar with one that we have on Highway 64 Stage Road.
maybe city?
Okay.
I'm not familiar with the building that we have there.
Okay.
If you have an address or something, well, I'm happy
I just
to.
know I have to look it up. I kind of
Okay.
did some research. I just have to exactly just
What's
look it
the
up.
issue? What's the issue? Is
But
it-
I was just kind of wondering when you're talking about the equipment,
Uh-huh.
what's the rental rate of that building versus storing the equipment on property that we already own? That's already
We
ours?
looked at that, ma'am, but we
Did you
don't
look
have,
at
we
that?
don't have any additional facilities that could store this stuff. So
Okay.
when we expand the North Service Center, that's what we're doing. So we have to get underway with that, and that's what we're gonna get done this year. So this is a temporary measure to store these kinds of equipment. But yeah, we don't have any internal, we looked at lots of other options out
Did
there.
you?
This is $5 a square foot, so I think Councilman Carlisle would probably tell you on the commercial side of the house for warehousing, between $4 and $6 a square foot. For basic warehouse space that has some conditioned space, there is the market, the going rate for that kind of warehouse space.
Do you know what departments, and I'm talking about the new facility now, what departments, offices that will be at the new building?
It's
Have y'all
the,
decided? Have
yes.
you made that?
well, so the new building, we're talking about the North Service Center
Yes.
up there on Meager. That is going to be our.
On Goodlet, I'm sorry.
On Goodlet Farms, yes,
Goodlet,
that is our
yes.
control center. The people who are on, the people who go to the control center today on Covington Pike, these are our folks that sit at the operations desk. They're going to that building, and no one else is going to move there until such time as we get that particular thing built out. The only thing that we've identified other than that are a small number of gas engineers who are at the North Center as we consolidate the folks from MLK, the heavy equipment maintenance and the transformer maintenance up to the North Center. They're right down the street here behind the Commercial Appeal Building. And the new buildings we're putting on the North Center, we're gonna have to relocate some of the gas engineers who are up there just off Meager Avenue to that building. So we have plenty of space there for that. Remember, for the next several years, the prior owners, since we're now the new owners, have several hundred people in there who are going to be occupying it and leasing it from us for the next several years while we construct the control room. So today, that's the plan, is just to move control room personnel over there and several of the gas engineers. And then we also have some commercial and residential engineering folks who are occupying temporary space that we need to find a home for, whether it's in the new building or we move some folks around to find them. That's about 75 engineers who do designs for commercial and residential engineering. So that's our immediate plan, and it's not dislocating anyone from anywhere else right now because we are losing that MLK facility because it's 126 years old and relocating a whole bunch of folks. So that's really the impetus there, as well as the new control room. And remember, the old control room is going to stay there as a backup for us. So, and as Councilwoman Logan has asked, there are hundreds of people that work in that facility, and it's only, the several dozen that go to the control room that are going over that. So there's still going to be other meter shop folks in that building.
Okay. I'll get the address.
Yeah, okay,
For Highway
sure.
60. I'll get that address.
They'd be happy to look at it.
And just kind of look at it, and then we can talk about it.
Okay, sure.
Thank you, I appreciate
Yeah,
it. Thank you,
absolutely.
Chairman.
Yep, thank you, Councilwoman. All right, we've got Dr. Warren's committee coming up next, and we're over time, so I apologize
Very
for
quick.
that. But Dr. Warren, Councilman Warren has a quick question.
Just want to thank you for saving cats.
Yes, we did not know that Edison the cat was going to be an internet sensation, but he is. And then I saw somebody in California decide to one-up us and rescued a bear from on top of a pole. So, but I don't think anybody adopted the bear, though, so.
All right, thanks.
As far as the scope of work for this Bellevue Tennis Center project, which is located at Jesse Turner Park in South Memphis, We have the clubhouse, so we're looking at a new parking lot and dumpster enclosure on site, along with a new roof that's going to be a big deal for that facility. Replacement of the roll-up and security doors at both the front and back entrances to the facility, as well as interior finish updates, which include the new reception desk, the toilet fixtures, furniture, new lighting, and mechanical units. We also have some depictions we'll show you as we proceed. Continuing with the scope of work, for the outdoor courtyard, we'll have some new site furniture. So similar to what you see at some of our newer updates, such as the Whitehaven Banquet Hall, we'll have that. Also, on the outdoor courts, we'll have new lighting that will be added along with windscreens. Now, shifting to the indoor courts, we're going to be adding upgraded lighting, new high-velocity fans, as well as repairs to the mechanical units and the ductwork, along with new furniture as well. And then this is just an example of the existing color palette that is there at Bellevue Tennis Center, so you can see the current colors. And then as we proceed to the next slide, we're going to show you just some inspirations for the facility and where we're looking to go long-term in terms of modernizing this particular location. And then proceeding, you'll see where we had an original design, mostly the green palettes, more earth tones that signified Memphis Park's facilities. However, as we came to work alongside Lamo and Owen, we developed a updated design plan, which you'll see as we proceed. So here we have a rendering of our new lobby design. So we work closely, as I mentioned, with Lamo and Owen College and President Davis to come with a design that complemented the school's colors, but also met a high-quality design standard that we have in the Memphis Park. So you'll see the different countertop materials, the paint colors that vary and provide a warm and inviting feel.
I just want to make a statement that although my wife is on their board, I had nothing to do with these colors. So go ahead.
Okay. All right, and then we'll just continue to proceed. So also you'll see some inspirations in terms of the restroom and locker room fixtures and color palettes and whatnot for the floor tiles, as well as the shower tiles and lockers. And as we proceed to the exterior courts, we talked a little bit about the site seating. So you'll see that there, along with the sports seating for those who are either looking to rest in between games or maybe are spectators. Also, up top, you'll see an example of the color palette for the trash enclosure, which we think is also good aesthetically. We want to make sure that we're hiding trash from those park visitors. And then additions to the scope. So there is a USTA grant for $10,000 that will allow us to work alongside Tennis Memphis to install security cameras. We added the cost that the city plans to contribute to it. And then we also will have some additional Lamo and Owen College branding, both in signage as you pull up to the facility, and we'll continue to kind of work through that long term as well, because we have some additional plans we plan to work through. And then in terms of timeline, because we know that's important, so we did complete the ADA plans in October. We're coordinating with purchasing with the hopes of advertising for December 9th and 10th, with a bid opening in January. And then as we proceed, our goal is to award this contract in February and then work with the contractor to begin the work in March, in which we're looking at a late summer of 2026 completion.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Bowden and Marcia, for this update. This has been a long time project that long before I became on this board, working with Bellevue, and so glad to see the partnership with Lemoyne Owens and President Davis now included. Council, our elect chairwoman, Janice Swearingen Washington, has been a part of this because that is in her. She is the single district. And we did a walkthrough, and I'm just excited to see this move because there's so much potential over there, and the park and everything that's going to plus, the most important thing to me is the programming that's going to really enlighten that community and put more opportunity in tennis. Everybody knows me, knows that I am a tennis guru, and I love playing tennis, been playing tennis for a very long time. But the programming and the education part that comes with that, and partnering with the HBCU, Lemoyne Owens here in Memphis, Tennessee, is so encouraging. And that gives us an opportunity to engage with our students in that community and to encourage them to maybe change their mindset of coming to college or going to college. And so we have all those things that are in the sandbox that we have to offer to that community and to our children in that community. So I'm so looking forward, so glad to see this timeline. Our last council secured these funds, and I want to give a shout out to those ladies who secured those funds. Shout out to Patrice and shout out to Cheyenne. We worked very, very hard to secure these funds, and they got it done. And so I'm ready to see the work begin and glad to see that we'll be complete by the summer, because I'm ready to go over there and play and put my council members on the court.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Councilwoman. I'd seen council members, I don't know if you noticed, it seems we've been invaded by a young group of people here. And I was wondering, is there anyone with this group that could let us know who they are and why you're here? Because we're glad to have you.
I'm Dr. Hopper from Granicus High School. These are my AP government students.
Oh, good. I hope you had a lot of coffee. And you may be young, but thank you very much. And we're glad to have you guys here. Thank you. Councilwoman and our Vice Chair, Swearington, Washington.
Thank you. I'm excited about this project. We've done walkthroughs, we've planned, we've seen the renderings, and I'm hoping that we will be true to this timeline because there is a sense of urgency. We have promised those parents and the children that we were going to renovate that facility. So I'm hoping that there will be a sense of urgency on you all's end to make sure that we stick to this timeline.
Most definitely.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I'd like also to note that Councilwoman Walker has been in attendance for quite some time, and I've been neglecting showing that she was here. Our item number 2 is an update, a resolution to accept the recommendation of the Park and Environmental Ad Hoc Subcommittee, all council districts requested by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Today, I will be presenting a resolution to accept the recommendation of Parks and Environment and Ad Hoc Committee. We worked very, very hard together, coming here, looking to improve and put more transparency and accountability. As a reminder, on August 15th of 2024, this council approved by resolution the formation of this Park and Environment Committee. The purpose of this committee was to examine opportunities for improvement within the Parks Division by reviewing the current practices and making recommendations for best practices, standards related to management leases and management agreements. Through review and discussions and collaboration, and the volunteers and the constituents and the citizens that agreed to be part of this ad hoc committee worked hard and diligently coming to this. But the expertise that we had on this committee was just amazing. And I want to thank Director and Marcia for taking out the time. I want to thank our Deputy Muse for being a part of that. We had a lot of talk, a lot of insight. These management agreements and lease agreements were not easy to go through, and reading 200 to 300 to 400 pages of decades of the same agreements that had not been reviewed. And what we want to do is make sure that we have good partnerships with those in our city who are leasing our city facilities, and making sure that while they're there in these buildings, that the programming it's equitable and it's fair, and we as this body set a precedence moving forward 10, 15 years from now, that we have something in place that we can make sure that that we follow guidelines and we have accountability of what's going on, and especially the programmings that are happening, and making sure that everyone in this city has an opportunity to be a part of it. And so, the first, we require that all new leases, I don't know if my colleagues have been able to review this and just kind of let's see what we have come up with. The first is we require that all new leases, agreements, and renewals include detailed programming descriptions. We have to know what's going on in our facilities and what's going on in our council districts. That's very, very important because that becomes impactful. And the community benefits, you know, what are the community benefiting from it? How are we engaging with the community, and are they up to part? This ensures that the public clearly, the taxpayers' dollars, understands how the space and programming serves our community. The second is to establish a clear financial responsibility threshold to define the dollar amount at which managing partners assume increased responsibility for maintenance and operation. Thirdly, we require quarterly financials reporting for managing partners to improve transparency and accountability for the use, and I cannot stress this, for the use of taxpayers' supported facilities. Fourth, require the annual submission of IRS forms, 990 forms, managing partners as part of compliance and transparency expectation. Fifth, we created a compliance manager role. This designates staff members would be responsible for monitoring, looking over, detail by detail, the lease compliance, reviewing financial documentation, verifying community benefit claims, and coordinating with managing partners. The sixth is standardized insurance requirements so that all managing partners, contractors, and vendors operating within the city facilities meet consistent and appropriate risk management standards. The seventh is shorten the lease terms to a maximum of 5 years to allow for more frequent review, assessment, and adjustment as needed. The eighth is to ensure appropriating body presentations by granting city council members voting seats or direct involvement in the approval of annual contracts related to management leases and agreement. And ninth, partner non-compliance in any form will result in partner and funding being withheld from the City of Memphis operational budget. These recommendations reflect the committee's commitment to strengthening transparency, accountability, and public benefit in the management of our parks facilities. Chairman, this concludes the summary of my resolution, and I move for any adoptions.
Thank you, Madam. And I just was, I'm not sure how this works on a committee, but I just was watching a TV show about Robert's Rules of Orders, and if a committee chair recommends something to the body, it doesn't need a second. So you're the, I guess, committee sub-chair. I don't know how that works. We'll have to ask Robert Rules of Order, but do we have a second for this? Second from Logan. And let the rules note that, or let the body let everyone know that Councilman Ford is present. Thank you, Councilman, for showing up. And for you guys, one of the things that goes on, we're the city council, so we make laws and regulations and things like that. And then the governing body, which these guys are part of, the administrative body, the mayor's office, they administrate everything and they do it all. So we're not really in charge of doing it. We can set the guidelines, and this is what we're trying to do here is set guidelines. And I have a couple things that I would like to add as friendly amendments, and I just wanted to bring those up to my council members. Do we have anyone in the queue beforehand? Councilman Ford? Councilman Ford, you go ahead in the queue, and then I'll bring my friendly amendments up. Thank you. Oh, okay, so good. Right here on item number 3, if we could all look at that, require quarterly budget be brought forward. I would like to add that be part of the administrative report that comes to our budget committee. So it's part of a budget committee report that comes from administration as we're doing our review of the budget. So it's not one other thing we have to do. It's just part of what the administration brings to us when they bring us that quarterly budget report. So, so require the quarterly financial reporting to be part of the administration quarterly report to the budget committee, and then we get it that way. So it's not something that's going to come up in this committee. It'll come straight into the budget report with everything else. And can we do that without objection? Okay, very good. And item number 7, future lease agreements shall be limited to 5 years. There I would put may be limited or should be limited if possible to 5 years as opposed to shall be. And the reason for that is sometimes these bodies are getting major loans for capital improvement that they're putting into the facility, and you can't get a bank to give a loan for someone who's going to be paying it off over 20 or 25 years if we demand that they have a 5-year thing and a council that we're not on 5 years later can change anything we do. So anything that we write today can be changed later by the next council. So we need to have something that's going to allow our bodies to be able to get the financing and do the things they need to do. So I would like to change that to future lease agreements may be limited to 5 years based on situation to allow. I'd like to do that without objection if possible. Is that good? So without objection,
Now, let me say this. This is why we're here where we are now in the concerns, and I think I will let Marcia and speak on that. I think this came up in our committee. Did we talk about this? Was this something that we talked about and we circled and we talked about? And this is why we have to, and I understand getting a loan and all of that, but these are things that this belongs to the people in the city, and I understand what you're saying. However, doing things, we're trying to be really use a lot of transparency here, and I understand that, but we should know what's going on.
Councilwoman.
Marcia, let me let you handle that because let me process it.
Okay.
And let me just think about it because I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Let me recognize you. But as we're going through, one of the things here is I'm hoping that all of your other reporting requirements, the quarterly reports and other things may help us provide that transparency. I'm just worried about the business implications for partners that may be wanting to invest capital and need loans to do that or float bonds. So if you could talk to that for us.
Marcia Allen, 2599 Avery. So one of the things that we noticed in a lot of our managed agreements and lease agreements, they're so long that we haven't been able to properly monitor them or update them as needed. And so I guess a compromise could be that we look at them again on a case-by-case basis, but have a 5-year base with continuous, maybe 5-year terms that are added in there. But we do need to really review a lot of these management agreements every 5 years.
I think all of us
so.
are in agreement of the need for review. But what I didn't want to have in here is something that says this is mandatory, because there may be situations, which would be rare, where we're wanting somebody to really put some major money into it and they'll have to take loans and need a bank or whatever. And then we make it to where they can't do that because our language is such that they can't. So, and maybe we need to bring this back with a little bit more thought on this about how we can word this to provide for the oversight that Councilwoman Cooper Sutton knows that we need and has brought to this committee with the business requirements that may be necessary for investment in our partnership with facilities.
Okay, that definitely makes sense, and maybe this is something we need to talk with legal about to figure out how we can include the capital investment piece from our
Because
managed
I
partners.
think, yeah, we need something in there. And, you know, what I'm going to recommend we do is we bring this forward. We're going to bring it back again after they brought this issue to us and sort of come up with some sort of thought process on it. I had one other thing here, and this was a great deal. Organizations should be encouraged to have members of city council and voting seats are on their boards as opposed to demand that they do. But I think that we should note on the ones that don't have us on voting boards, that's probably going to weaken their ability to get city funds. You know, so if you don't want us on your board, then you come to us for money. We're going to say, well, you know, you obviously don't want us there in the room when you're making decisions. So why should we give you money? It's interesting. I was on the zoo board and I was in the executive committee and voting, and they got a new president, and all of a sudden I wasn't in the executive committee and I wasn't voting. So it sort of makes you wonder what they're doing, and it makes you a little bit less likely to feel like the council's got oversight there. So I think that, you know, we don't, you know, when we say they've got to, these are, you know, private boards that are working with us, and they choose not to, I think it's at their own risk of not feeling that we're there. And if council members think we should require them, I think that's fine. But here I said should be encouraged, and I wonder if there's any discussion on that.
It's important to note that the Parks Director is an ex officio member on all of the boards, so not a voting member, but definitely has presence.
I haven't seen a Parks Director at any zoo meeting ever since I've been there. So when was the last zoo meeting you went to?
I'll be attending the next one.
When was your last zoo meeting you went to?
So
You were there for how many years?
6 years, I have not been a Parks Director.
So what I'm saying is we may be ex officio directors, but if you want to know what's going on, you really need to be in the executive committee and the board meetings. So if you guys aren't doing it and the council members assigned to do it, we'd like to have them in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Again, as we work with partners, you know, I guess the question is, should we demand that? And I'm up for discussion. The last thing I had was partnership. That was number 9. And I think we need to talk more about 8 and talk more about 9. I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Ford after this. But number 9, I thought partnership noncompliance in any form possibly could result in partner funding being withheld, because I don't think we should say automatically. I think, you know, in this type of situation, I think the council should have a little bit of ability to, we should let them know that we're going to do it, but it shouldn't be automatic that their funding gets cut off. And so those are the recommendations as friendly amendments I have. Now, Councilman Ford, you have the floor.
You covered a few items. How do you all feel about this resolution? Do you see any changes that we need? Because some of these things, because we part-time, that's just like we were just talking about number 8, lease agreement related to management. Wasn't that number 8? Yep. Yeah.
So I'll let Marsha Allen, Deputy Director, speak first, just because she was the vice chair on this committee, and then I'll add my comments. Thank you.
So I think when it comes to the ad hoc committee, and first I'll shout out to the University of Memphis coming in, giving us best practices and how we should form this ad hoc committee and these recommendations. We really needed some type of guidance as to how we move forward with our managed partners. We have 18 managed partners, lease agreements in parks. Some of them, the managed agreements are up to 900 pages long, and it's just amendment after amendment after amendment. And it's 25, 30 years of amendments, and no one has really gone through and perused. So it is helpful. We need the guidance, and so that is why the committee was created, so we can move forward and have some type of structure among all of our managed partners, and so parks can have direction. So we're definitely open for recommendations and changes, because this is a recommendation, and we want to figure out how to move forward in the best sense and use the taxpayers' money wisely. But we definitely want to make sure that there's community benefit, there is financial oversight, and all of the programming is really happening. We don't want to reduce anything from our citizens. We just want to make it better. And so overall, it's a great idea figuring out all the specifics. It's going to be a work in progress because this is brand new for us.
Thank you. And I'll just add the ad hoc committee, which I joined sort of as they had been doing a bunch of work, put a lot of time into drafting these recommendations. I especially agree that the first 6 are really important in terms of acquiring those program descriptions and community benefits, establishing the clear financial thresholds, the quarterly reporting, which we've already discussed, and the requirement to get those annual submission of either IRS forms or audited financial reports. Even the creation of the compliance manager role, that's something we've already taken steps in terms of doing, and so it would just be a matter of us recruiting for the position. And then standardizing insurance requirements, they're essentially already standardized through the city. So ultimately, I think it's 7, 8, and 9 when we look at the shorter lease terms. Certainly, there was a intense discussion around reducing terms that would span our lifetimes. And so I think that was the discussion. However, there may be some special extenuating circumstances where we're working with an organization who's bringing a tremendous amount of capital, and maybe that's where we look to have that caveat to where there's some flexibility. Certainly on the body representation, as I mentioned, I have been attending board meetings as an official board member, but in addition to that, I have met with the zoo officials. So we do have those meetings to make sure that we're understanding where they are from a financial standpoint. And then certainly when you look at the non-compliance, we want to make sure that our goal is to make sure our partners are in compliance. So certainly it's our jobs as the city of Memphis to ensure that. And then if they're not, certainly there's some language here that could withhold some funding. So I think we just need to look at it in a way to where it's flexible enough to where we can hold those who have managed partners, lease agreements, et cetera, to a certain standard, but also not be so rigid to where it could be detrimental to the city or to the community that we're serving.
Thank you. So I guess what I'd like to do is let's take the, Councilman Spinoza, go ahead.
Well, were you done, Councilman Ford?
Well, y'all can go on. Because I think everybody's concern is 7, 8, and 9.
Yeah.
Your concern, you mentioned 7, 8, and 9. You can go ahead.
And to the guests that are here today, Councilman Ford and I point at each other all the time like this. This is how we talk.
We try to stop him.
But good to have y'all here.
Yeah, good to have y'all here.
Yes.
So Councilman asked what I was going to ask. I wanted to get y'all's feedback on it. So the committee, and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, thank you for bringing it up. I was actually here for a minute when the committee met. But I think it's worth noting for the guests in the room, so I'm going to vote like yes to have this move forward. So what happens is we'll vote yes on this today, and then we'll read it 3 more times, so that's 6 more weeks, and then we'll read it again, so you have 8 weeks before it actually gets passed. So we're gonna like work on it and change some of this stuff. That's what you're seeing today. So thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, for bringing this up.
Thank you for your
And good work
attendance
by
today. You
the,
stopped
ad hoc
by.
committee.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And let me stress number 8.
You're
right?
recognized, Councilman.
Thank you, Chan. Let me stress number 8. Number 8 was recommended by our budget chair, Carlisle. And if we're going to do things different in this city, and if we're going to see more traction and more improvement with relationships, these changes are going to happen. I understand what you're saying, Dr. Warren. I appreciate your friendly amendments, and thank you. But this was not easy, looking at these agreements and going through this and trying to figure out best practices. I don't have, and I'm just going to put it on the record, and I thank you, Councilman Spinoza, I don't have any relationships outside of this. What I look at taxpayers' dollars and how we use it and how our relationship is and what we've done since 1968 up until 2025, it's not working for us. And so these improvements and what we need to do. And I understand we'll have legal look at the capital and the loans, but I read agreements. I don't know, have you all ever read the agreements that you just actually just went through the agreements?
900 pages?
Yes.
No.
Yes. Okay, I didn't think you did. One agreement.
I don't think anybody has.
No,
except for
I
you.
have. It was 500 and some pages. And it was absolutely ridiculous how it just kept repeating over and over. But in the contract, it said after 5 years that it would come sustainable. A 20-year contract would become sustainable. And they never did. And they have not yet to this day. But what I do thank our park team for doing is some of our operational funds had to be cut. And you all did that with great thoughtfulness, thinking about the taxpayers' dollars and how it was used. So I want to give a shout out for that, for the capital part of it. And thank you for doing that, looking at that really closely. And I have the time to do it. And it was heart-wrenching going through those lease agreements and those management agreements, and to see that we had not did our due diligence at looking at it. So number 8 is not going to change, because our budget chair, when he asked it, he requested that during our budget committee. He really wanted that, and I think that's very important. And all of this is very important. This was not easy work, because this had to, the citizens and the people that sit on this committee had to do their homework assignment outside of this, because of those agreements was so long and so repetitive. So I just thank you, Spinoza, thank you, Ford, thank you, Councilman Chair Warren, for your friendly amendments. But I hope that we will come to an agreement once we look at your capital, the one that you're asking about. But we need to move forward, and changes has to happen for our city and for our agreements and our partnerships and the use of our taxpayers' dollars. I yield.
Thank you. Colleagues, what I think I'm hearing is that we had, on item number 7, we asked for that to be brought back to us with legal's comments. For item number 8, I think we're going to keep shall have voting seats on those boards. Okay, I think it sounds like that's the general consensus.
And I want to hear back from legal on all.
On all of these.
That, yeah.
Okay, and we'll have legal give us that. And then for number 9, I think that we looked at, and I didn't hear anything either or, so I'd still like to see if we could have a friendly amendment that says instead of shall be withheld, could be withheld. And that allows each council the opportunity to do that without objection. No.
Will result in partner funding being withheld from the city of Memphis.
And I said could result in partner.
And so you wanted to say
could, because I want to give us the opportunity to hold it. If they do it, then we can say we're going to hold the funding. And so that doesn't mean, shall means it's automatically withheld. Could means we have the ability to do it. You should know that it's with the right of this contract for us not to give it to you. Shall means if you don't do it, we're just not going to do it, period. And there may be an extenuating circumstance that causes that to be withheld. That gives us a little leeway and power, but not automatically defining it occurs. So that's why I wanted to put the could in there. And it gives us the authority to do it, but it doesn't require us to do it. So there may be a reason that, the Friends of the Library didn't do something, and we're not going to withhold all their money to the library because they had, major hurricane damage or something. I don't know. So that's why that's there. So we're going to move it forward, hopefully with that language in, with legal coming back and telling us what that means for all the contracts. Will that work? So without objection, we'll take this forward. And do we have any other, I guess we'll vote on that one. All those in favor of moving this down with current friendly amendments, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. We'll move that down. Any other business before this committee? I'd like to, before we start, I'd just really like to thank Councilwoman Cooper Sutton for bringing this forward and doing it, putting the work in. Well done, dear.
Second, this is the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee. Can we please call the roll?
Councilman Ford Sr. Present. Councilwoman JSW.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. And I'm sorry, Councilwoman Walker. Present. And Vice Chair Spinoza.
I'm here. Thanks, Tyrannique. All right, so we've got 2 items on the agenda today. It is an honor to fill in for Chairwoman White and her committee today. Item number 1 is a resolution to accept a donation in the amount of $2,000 from Fund City Memphis LLC to help support the operation of the Ridgeway Station. This is in District 3, Super District 8, and it's sponsored by the administration.
So moved.
All right, motion's been made and properly seconded. Is there anyone here to speak on this item? Any council members here to speak on this item? To our guests in the audience, it's $2,000. This is kind of a very small item, so I don't want you to be, shocked that we're going to vote yes on this, but it's $2,000 in a very large budget. We've all kind of heard on this as well. So motion's been made, properly seconded. I'll do this with a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any nays? All right, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
We want them to know one thing, we love to accept money.
So this will go downstairs with a positive recommendation. Thank you, Councilman Ford. Item number 2, a resolution to appropriate $11 million in FY 2026 CIP funding for the Axon Enterprise Solution, project number PD04031, sponsored by the administration. Item's been moved by Dr. Warren, seconded by Vice Chair Swearengin Washington, and I heard you too, Dr. Ford. Is there anyone here to speak on this item? I'm going to assume yes, because we'll hold it for $11 million. What is here to speak on it? Name and address for the record, please, and good to see you.
Good morning, everyone. Deputy Chief Andrew Brown, 170 North Main. So this is the Axon project, which includes all body-worn camera, in-car video, and taser products that the Memphis Police Department uses. This is money that's already been allocated through the contract and through CIP. We're just requesting the permission to be able to pay them.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Any questions from council members? All right, seeing none, we'll move this to an immediate voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? All right, opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. So this will go downstairs with a positive recommendation. This was something to our guests in the audience that we were aware of. It's in the budget. Then they have to come to us and ask for approval. So that's what we're doing today. All right, any other items?
We're spending money this time.
Yeah, 2,000 in, 11 million out. It's not good.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Dr. Warren.
You may want to comment. This is another way that the council has some sort of power or direction of the administration. We can't tell them what to do, but we have to appropriate the funds. So if they're not really doing what we think that they need to be doing, we can hold funds and then put pressure on them to change what they're doing. And we don't tend to do that lightly or frequently, but this is a check and balance in our government system that allows administration and elected officials to have an interaction.
Thank you, Dr. Warren, and thank you again, Deputy Chief. We appreciate y'all. All right, any other items before the committee?
Mr. Witter.
Good morning, Robert Witter, 499 South Hollywood. I'm the IT coordinator for community enhancement. I just want to thank the council for letting me be a part of the task force. In the enforcement portion of the task force, worked closely with Will Gibbons, the attorney for this community enhancement. A few of the topics were we would collaborate with the Chief of Development and Infrastructure to revise the permitting process and amend the Unified Development Code to strengthen property maintenance expectations tied to the annual permitting and accountability measures. Because most of the access for some of these areas, the roadways and the access gates and roads were used is where most of the majority of the dumping took place. So figuring out ways to hold the billboards accountable would be part of it. And then recommend incorporating community service requirements in addition to fines or remediation fees through the courts once we catch the individuals responsible for the dumping. And then the fines would then be assessed through the environmental court.
Thank you, sir. And last but not least, we have the Development Committee. Mr. Houston.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So for the Development Committee, we obviously have identified a lot of the problems in these areas, but we want to identify appropriate steps to ensure the future of these areas as well, so that we do not find ourselves in this problem 10 years from now. So to mitigate illegal recreational activities, adopt a structured 3-phase development strategy designed to expand safe and legal public access to land and water resources within the Wolf River Bottoms, and to allocate funding for the phased development of designated recreational areas within the Wolf River Bottoms. The Wolf River Conservancy has worked very hard to bring state resources to the Blue Way development on the urban sections of the Wolf River, and we will continue doing that as part of this effort.
Great, thank you. As you see, the slides that you're looking at, this is actually what is taking place at the bottoms. And so for some of you who don't know, the bottoms consist of 100, the Wolf River extends 100 miles from North Mississippi to Memphis, and it flows into the Mississippi River. And the Wolf River bottoms is what we have come to call the area or the land along the Wolf River that touch the neighborhoods and city streets. And this is what they look like. So every day we're driving by this, and the blight and the illegal dumping and the trash and the filth is just growing and growing. So if we don't do anything now, the next generation is going to be, or in a few years, even now, it's out of hand. And so this task force took the time, months and months, to really look at it from every angle, dealing with it from what the committees have stated. Prevention and mitigation, remediation, enforcement, and then turning it into an opportunity for development. And so it took us a long time to just look at it and assess what we have. We had no idea going in what we were going to find. So we're not able to do it all. The recommendation is given in next steps, which is to, we'll talk about next steps, but before that, I do want to give Councilman Warren and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton an opportunity to share their experience with it and recommendation as well.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized here.
Thank you. It was such an honor and a pleasure to sit on this committee. It was very eye-opening, disheartening, and the same token to know that this exists in our city. What this task force has done through the leadership of Councilwoman Logan has enlightened us on levels and in areas in our city that we have neglected and not paid enough attention to. And so with this task force and what we've done, the pictures I don't even think describe. We actually went out there and visually saw all of this and saw people unhoused, living out there, clothes. They're washing their clothes. Don't ask me how they're washing their clothes. I just know it was a clothesline that I grew up on, and they were burnt cars, things that was unbelievable that's happening down there, that I think that we had turned a blind eye to, thanks to Councilwoman Logan being visual and really wanting to tackle this. And this is not a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 year thing, but the partnership I think that we are establishing with the private owners, with everybody working, all the team, the fire department, wildlife. I was really impressed with wildlife being out there. That was very impressive. Just everybody on this committee putting their hands on this and actually going out there to see it. And the citizens, Ms. Streeter, shout out to her commitment and her faithfulness to giving us advice on, what she's doing, and just everybody. But this is something unimaginable. I never would have thought that this existed in the city of Memphis. So thank you and the committee, all of the hard work, each individual that worked hard, and we still have a lot more work to do. I yield. Thank you, Chairman.
Colleagues, just want to say that this was eye-opening in that there's this amount of filth just running through the middle of our city, but it also was enheartening because you could just see the potential here. This Blue Way project, we've been funding our greenways. Our bike trail is going to be going through here. The bike trail from the Mississippi River to Shelby Farms. That whole thing that's going to be going through Fraser and through Raleigh and into East Memphis and out toward Germantown. And looking at how we could take this sort of area and develop it for canoe traffic, for water use, because it's not going to be a high-speed boating area, but it will be a place people can take a canoe and fish, or where we can actually have businesses that grow up along this for tourist development. So we're seeing a lot that we can do with it. So I hope that what we can do is approve this so we can get started on the phase 2 and bring you more specific things that occur from all of these departments on what they need as we look at our budget for next year and we move forward. So I would like to call for a vote on this resolution, noting that Councilman Carlisle and Walker are here. And before I call for the vote, Councilman Carlisle and then Councilwoman Walker.
Chair, before they finish, I want to read the be it further resolved.
Please do, and then I'm going to turn it over
okay.
to our committee chair.
So the next steps would be the phase 2 of the Wolf River Task Force to oversee implementation of these recommendations, to create a comprehensive database of landowners. There are over 40 landowners across, here and abroad, and establish a new outreach program to strengthen collaboration around long-term stewardship of river bottoms. Identify the appropriate entity responsible for long-term cleanup, coordination, and recreational management of the Wolf River bottoms. And lastly, to establish an internal accountability framework within the city of Memphis to ensure ongoing maintenance and condition oversight of the Wolf River bottoms. Be it further resolved that the Wolf River Bottoms Task Force remains committed to restoring and protecting this valuable natural resource, strengthening environmental stewardship, enhancing public safety, and ensuring the Wolf River Bottoms become a source of pride, enjoyment, and unity for all Memphians. Sponsored by myself, Yolanda Cooper-Sutton, Dr. Jeff Warren.
Thank you.
So moved.
So we need a second. Okay, it was moved and seconded. And now discussion, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chairman. Who had enforcement and, I guess, prevention and mitigation? Somebody who's up here. Nope. Yeah.
Witter and
Yeah. Do you mind real? Yeah.
And Will Gibbons. He wasn't able to make it today.
That's all right. Spent a lot of time together up here these last few years. I just had a quick. Mine is more of a broad question, but it's specific to this, but could be broader. And I apologize if I missed it, but we initiate a lot of the process under our ordinances and the civil penalties. I know that we have asked for illegal dumping fines to be increased at the state, but those are still rendered down here. what coordination, because we have the word entity and it may be entities, what coordination can take place with referring cases to the state and to the federal government for prosecution?
Dealing with the, so we prosecute through the owner of the ordinance for the, through the tags. In dealing with state prosecution, it takes, you almost need a face to show that that person is the one that is the person responsible in front of a jury. As far as federally goes, 8 tires is a Class E felony. 2 tires is a Class B misdemeanor. Processing those in my history is really difficult because you do have to have the faces to show that, yes, John Doe is the one that was responsible. We're currently working on, if you want to call it a invoice or a remediation fee based upon cubic feet or gallonage based upon that. And then there's a fee structure to going along with that so that when we do have the person in court through the tag number, then we know exactly the who, the what, the when, the where, and the how much, and then can assess fines or not fine, we can't call it a fine, but the remediation fees based upon the amount.
Okay, I think you've answered my question. Look, it's a rock and a hard place a little bit, I think. I remember this conversation. I mean, we've kind of had versions of it. This is much more comprehensive, so I don't want to, that's not. I remember going through this with Martavius, and we had Chairman Jones at the time, and we kept talking about all the different things, camera, everything we've tried to catch people and how hard it is to put a case together. I hear that. And I agree with everything that's in this document. At some point, I know there's data out there that would suggest that you cannot deter certain criminal activities, da-da-da-da-da. You know, you start chopping people's hands off for certain activities. It's amazing how that, you know, right? I'm not suggesting that. But what I am saying is this is not a crime of poverty. This is not a crime of, you know, this is just somebody being a jerk. I mean, that's what it is.
Or lazy.
All the above. I mean, we could sit here with all sorts of colorful adjectives all day. Trust me, I got plenty. And so it is never, I've learned down here, it's never one thing. It's all these things. But for me, the one great heavy hammer that's just not in our arsenal that has to get there somehow is state and federal enforcement. And someone or two people to be made an example of, full stop. I'm not, again, this is saying I don't know. I don't know where the DA is on, like, again, we have traffic cases, we have people that are coordinating. So if the DA is, I mean, like, again, without these things, this resolution doesn't mean a lot. And so I'm not trying to get you to throw anyone's office under a bus. I'm just kind of getting out there, like, since I'm here, these are the things that I've seen over time that kind of like, we keep doing these, but there are like choke points in the process every time. Choke point, enforcement, choke point, criminal case, right? Like reckless driving is another great example of that, right? The choke point was we couldn't put a case together for reckless driving, so what did it matter? So as you guys are continuing to build on this start, like this really great comprehensive start, we have got to continue to build those partnerships with, like, we've got to find people that want to do this with us. There is somebody that works at TDEC that wants a bite at this apple. Yeah, I see you want to say something, my man. Get on there.
Yeah, so we actually had a member of TDEC as a part of the task force. And so what we have done, and look, the Wolf River Conservancy, I'm here representing as the CEO of the Conservancy, but we have worked with TDEC to connect landowners who are receiving notices of violation. Part of what you'll see in the next steps here is establishing that database of landowners so that we can have a coordinated effort of landowners to stop the dumping. What we know is that some of the landowners are willfully allowing this to happen on their property, whether they're getting a kickback or some type of remuneration for allowing this. We want to make sure that the landowners in this area understand the standards to which their properties have to be kept. And then if they're not, work with TDEC to issue those NOVs and follow that process.
I'm going to say it a different way, and then I'll leave it so we can move on. I'm going to leave this with you so it hangs in the room. Everyone looks at illegal dumping like it's a $50 problem. It is a multi-million-dollar problem.
Right.
Yeah.
Whether it is the opportunity cost or the direct expense of dealing with this, or the fact that people won't use areas, they're poisoning our children, or they're depressing property values, all of it adds up to a multi-million-dollar problem. And when you say that to someone at the state and you say, hey, we have a multi-million-dollar problem down here and you can help us fix it, it usually helps a little bit more than someone's dumping tires down in the bottoms of Memphis in a black community no one cares about. Yes, the quiet part out loud. So we've got to coordinate with our partners and start to make examples of people. And I understand how hard that is. But trust that this body is behind you. I know the administration is, but we've got, I'm kind of see Chief Gibson back there too, because I know she likes to drop the hammer when she has the legal authority. But we've got to find those avenues, because I'm just a firm believer at this point. You mentioned coordination. If people are coordinating for financial incentives or any sort of benefit, which is really the term you're looking for benefit, whether it's financial or otherwise, then someone should investigate that.
Yeah, agreed.
So anyway, I appreciate it. Those are my comments. Thank you for all the hard work. This is a great start. Yeah, I'll yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman. Yeah, I would have to say that we care about that neighborhood. That's why we're talking. All right, Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everyone who played a part in this. I think this is great, and this is not just for this area, but for the whole city, and I appreciate everyone who worked on this. Specifically, I know there was something mentioned about environmental education in the schools. Was that you, Director Morgan? So I really do appreciate that, and whether it's you or whoever the appropriate person is, I would definitely like to be kept abreast of that particular portion of this. Thank you all again, and I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And Councilwoman YSC, Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. Councilman Chase, you're exactly right. My team, we involved 2 state representatives that is oversight over that community in that area. And we pull them in because we can't do it locally by ourselves. We need stiffer laws, and we need our elected officials on the state side to understand that part, what you just said. It's bigger, and we included 2 of them, and to get them to understand the significance and the importance of this work that we're doing, because once again, I'm still in the unbelievable state when I ever think about it. So Councilman Chase is exactly right, and thank you for saying the quiet part out loud, and thank Councilwoman Logan, and I hope, and I'm very prayerful that this body will approve our phase 2 so we can get this moving, because this is a lot of work. And I don't want to, and I think I shared this with Councilwoman Logan, in any task force or ad hoc committee that I sit on. I'm not sitting on these committees for popularity. We're moving and trying to get the work done. And everybody in this city, from federal to state, needs to be held accountable, because that is unreal.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. I yield.
Okay, nobody else in the queue. All those in favor of approving this resolution, please say aye. Any nay? Chair is also an aye. That passes. And now turn the committee over to our chair. Welcome, buddy.
Item number 2, a resolution to amend fiscal year 2026 CIP budget by allocating and appropriating $5,100,000 and $5,900,000 in funds for the purchase of various vehicles and equipment through incurrence of indebtedness via the execution of a master equipment lease. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion second? Moved by JSW, seconded by Councilman Warren. Director, what's up?
Good morning. Philip Davis, Solid Waste Director, 125 North Main. This is just a structural budget action that we're requesting of council. There have been 2 resolutions in the last year to acquire solid waste vehicles, 22 vehicles for FY25, 18, and FY26. Those are have either been delivered or actively being delivered between now and the end of the year. And this action is just a structural change to the budget to allow the budget to reflect how it's being booked in the budget.
I know Carlisle, as he was walking out, was trying to see if there's a list of every vehicle we're anticipating purchasing, is that sent over?
It should be in the resolutions.
That's what Meredith's pulling it up. Councilwoman Green, am I missing anything?
If it's not, I can get you a list of the vehicles. I can tell you what it is right now. FY 25, 12 32-yard garbage packers, 7 dump trucks, 2 grapple loaders, and 1 roll-off hoist. FY 26, 9 32-yard garbage packers, 6 dump trucks, 2 grapple loaders, and another roll-off hoist.
Go ahead, Councilman Green.
So for a while, we've been waiting for new equipment to be able to make hires. So you've had some extra positions that we put into your budget that then sat there because we didn't have any trucks to put them on. Will these be the trucks that we are putting these people on?
This is the first half of them, yes, ma'am. So we started last year, we started with about 180, memory serves, 181 vacancies. You'll see in my Q1 report, we were down to 166. And at the end of Q1, we're around 144, I think, right today. We plan on being around 100 vacancies by the first of the year, and we'll be doing our FY 27 purchase and continuing to roll part-timers into full-time positions and promote from within until we get, as the equipment comes in and the people are brought on board.
Okay, well, and so I'll just say this as we both think about budget coming up and what's in this report. My concern always was with allocating those new positions that there was such a high churn rate that we weren't ever going to be able to fill them. And then in addition, there was this equipment issue. And so this is more to the administration that I hope is listening. There's Mr. Zena. Somewhere is when we start thinking about the budgeting, and I assume we're going to have some overtime issues, where we're getting that money from if we have these vacancy savings, and just properly budgeting for the equipment that we have. It's been my concern for 2 years, and I hear you are, this is great. We're moving downward, but still 140 vacancies, that's a lot. And even if we get down to 100, that's a lot. So rolling that over and continuing to do that, we need to make sure that money is going back into the budget in some way. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Also, can you email us over the quantity and the type of vehicles that you're... Okay. Because it's listed in here, but it's not. It says you're going to get this vehicle, but it doesn't say a specific amount. I know Councilman Carlisle wanted me to ask that question as he was walking out. Dr. Warren?
Yeah, I just want to state that on things like this, when you're doing purchases of things, let us see that in our documents before the meeting so we don't have to ask you for it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Let's have it your pleasure.
Thank you, sir. You're so funny. I'd like to ask that the exact format that MLG&W has, if you all could bring that moving forward, everybody. Everybody, every division, I'm asking administration if we could move and adopt that type of presentation and we get it way ahead of time and it's page by page. Just take their template and use that exact template.
President
it helps
McGowan.
us do what we need to do. So it helps us understand, and then we need to get it, way ahead of time. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I so move.
Councilwoman Logan said, I'm tired of y'all talking. According to Councilwoman Logan, y'all don't have anything else to say. I'm going to listen to Councilwoman Logan. All hearts and minds are clear because the Councilwoman Logan said we need to stop talking. All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. It's all the same. Presentation on project maintenance processes. Item number 3, presentation on project maintenance process in various departments. All council districts requested by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Okay. Do we want to? All right, go ahead, Director. What you might. And can we, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, one your item.
You may go. Okay. Scott Morgan, Public Works Director, 125 North Main. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is a brief update on a new program Public Works has put into place. We started in July, as well as an update to street paving. So first slide. So this is a new preventative maintenance program. Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, for bringing this up. Designed to keep streets clean, safe, and well-maintained. So this is a new program where we're proactively addressing issues on major roadways to ensure the functionality and public safety. So essentially, we're not relying solely on citizen reporting of 311. So we have selected, and you'll see on some further slides, certain streets where we are sending crews out to fill all potholes, maintain or service and clean all the drainage inlets, and then follow with the street sweeper. So we've done this through 2 different zones, and I got some numbers that kind of show some improvement in the areas. And as noted on the slide, support blight reduction, which is a big initiative of this council and the administration, improve road conditions, prevent flooding and debris buildup to help property damage. And while, Public Works has a different, handle on what blight is compared to other divisions, this is an impact on a neighborhood to promote clean and attractive neighborhoods where we can pick up the trash within the right of way. Next slide. So this is the first grid that we did. So we broke the city into 10 grids, and we're hitting major. So that we have a major and a secondary street grid. And the major streets, as I put a couple examples, Watkins, Chelsea, Parkway. So these are your 4, 5, 6 lane streets where we're going through, and they're the ones identified in green on the map. So every green line that you see on that map, we're having different crews hit to fill all the potholes within all those streets, clean all the inlets and service them, as well as follow with the street sweeper to clean them. So that took about a quarter of the year. The goal would be to do this twice a year, and it's about 180 lane miles per grid. So, and I got some totals towards the end, so you can see the lane miles listed on the table for each grid. Jonathan, next slide. All right, so this is the secondary streets. So these are starting to get into some smaller, still striped streets, not within your neighborhood, but so these are your 2 and 3 lane striped streets. We're in the middle of the 10 grid on the secondary. So the major took us, we started in July, we finished beginning of October, and then we started the secondary. So secondary, we're I think we're on grid 6 or 7, and that's about 70 lane miles per grid. And then some of the streets are listed examples, so you can kind of see the size difference. And this is our summary so far. So bullet 1 is the major street summary. Again, average about 180 lane miles per grid. And we filled more than 3,500 potholes, cleaned or serviced 2,700 inlets, and swept 1,400 miles of roadway. And so far for grid 2, we've done 4 grids, and positive results, 1,000 potholes, 700 inlets cleaned or serviced, and 373 miles swept. So these are proactive things that the department is doing in addition to the 311 service request. Next slide. All right, so this is starting to compare some results. So if you look at, we only have 4 grids so far because we have just timing, but so what we did is we took the date of the 3 months after we finished the grid. So take grid 9, for example, the 3 months after that, and compared it to 2024, that same time period. And we had, in 2025, during that period, we had 41 service requests for potholes. And then in 2024, we had 44. So it's a 7% decrease by proactively going out there and, you know, filling these things. And then if you do the same thing for grids 10, 8, and 7, you see a 59% reduction, a 48% reduction, and a 16% reduction. So the more time that goes on and the more quarters that go by and we're able to do this on a consistent basis, we should start seeing some very good results. Before I jump to paving, any questions on the proactive approach?
Councilwoman White.
Thank you, Chairman. Mine is, I thought you were about to do it when you did the comparison. My question is kind of from a base level in comparison to what? So when we talk to constituents, one of the biggest complaints and one of the jokes that we always see is about the potholes in Memphis. And it's very apparent that we're making progress. And first of all, thank you for the progress. It's apparent. But in comparison to what does it look like for us to really get a handle on this? Like, what are the challenges? Is it manpower? Is it money? In my mind, I kind of think about this in comparison to MLGW with the tree cutting, how far behind we were. What are the challenges in terms of really ramping up the pothole efforts to really get a clean sweep and then really focus on the preventative?
So maybe a couple-fold answer to that. So one would be, you mentioned funding. I mean, and that'll kind of go into the next part of the presentation about street paving. If we can have more funding for street paving and we pave more streets, then that's less potholes. Because over time, the streets deteriorate, and that's when the potholes appear. So you're looking at, you know, potholes that are on roads that haven't been paved in quite some time. So that's kind of the first thing. So additional funding for paving will help kind of offset a lot of the pothole requests. Kind of second, the city has 6,800 lane miles of city streets that we maintain within the limits. I mean, everybody knows landmass, the city's very large, so it's knowing where all the locations are, and that's why we're doing this proactive approach, is because a citizen may drive by a pothole every day and either don't know how to report it or forget to report it, or, you know, they don't care. And instead of solely relying on those reports, we're trying to proactively get out there, you know, on these major and secondary streets and fill them proactively. I mean, in addition, city crews, you know, other divisions, you know, they report to us. MLG&W reports to us when they see potholes. So it's not just citizens, it's everybody driving around, that all the departments and divisions, you know, share information.
How is the AI helping at all?
And as well as the AI. It is. I mean, I don't have the current numbers, but that's still being deployed. I think we're at 9 vehicles now, and that's just going to be a function of the more cameras we put on that deploy the AI, it's all the data that's coming in and having the staff to go through it and kind of validate before we release a crew to go to that location, because there still is a little self-check within that, if you recall from the presentation.
We're spending quite a bit on it.
Yes, sir. Councilwoman White, did I capture?
Well, yeah, I was going to say, so in terms of funding, when you say funding, for people, for more machines, for contract work, like more money in like from where, for what?
All the above. So if we're talking about street paving, more funding would be for contract CIP work. And if we really wanted to, you know, kind of move the needle, to do more in-house, we would have to hire more crews and more capital equipment, paving machines, milling machines, tack trucks, things like that.
And do you have a pretty good grasp of what that would take at this point? Like, have you assessed that from kind of a global perspective to see what it would take for us to really knock out these potholes and kind of start fresh with preventative measures?
Ma'am.
You do?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have some numbers kind of set with that?
When we give to the paving presentation, you'll see the capital numbers. I would have to bring back more in-house to, you know, for crews and equipment, I'd have to bring that back. But for capital contract work, yes.
Okay. And I think Logan or Cooper Sutton. Okay.
And then Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman
Thank
Logan.
you. I wanted to just get clarity from my understanding, because I still don't understand. So Councilwoman White mentioned MLG&W. So they came and they said, we need $1 gazillion for to get up to speed, to do all the tree trimming that we need to do. And this is how long it's gonna take us, this how many crews we need, and it's going to be $1 gazillion. So they gave us that. Are you able to do that for potholes and pavement?
You'll see in the paving slides, you'll see the summary of budget and what it does as far as our road conditions.
Do that. But now, my other question was, the cameras that we have deployed, when they came with, the IT department came and they told us about all the wonderful cameras that we have now, the 5G and all these cameras everywhere. Will any of those cameras, can any of those cameras, not the ones on the trucks, but any of those cameras identify potholes?
Not to my knowledge, and as well, similar to the ones on the trucks that we use Samsara, the vendor, for, it's getting them to, there's a proprietary thing with the data and getting that over, because right now we're using Spring ML and Google, as the AI engine for the cameras that they deployed. So it's just, it's data rights within those companies, so it's just something we got to work through.
So you're saying no? Okay.
Right now.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But I am going to wait and see the presentation on the pothole.
Cooper Sutton?
Thank you. And thank you for this presentation. My main concern, and when I asked for you all to come with this presentation, and I don't know the proper name, and you can just help me and tell me, then there's a couple other streets I need to ask. Okay, thank you. That stuff that you all done built out there with them flowers, look like weeds, that I run over. What do you call that?
Medians.
No, and you got them decorated, and they got little yellow reflector lights that are all in the middle of the street.
They were from the Accelerate Memphis program.
That.
You got quit.
My question was, and I think I proposed this question to John Zener as well. Who is responsible for maintaining the presentation when you put them, and Manny, I think I talked with you about it as well, and you did go out there, but I shouldn't have to. Is there a process in order? Who maintains that? When I'm over there, I get a phone call from the CEO at the hospital because of the presentation. When you all are placing this from Accelerated Memphis or whomever, whatever you all did you have a maintenance plan on presentation, on the plants, the flowers, the yellow reflectors that are all in the middle? I have the pictures, you already know. I'm not saying anything and this is not an embarrassing moment. This is a moment so we can do better. I can't understand, how do you put that there over in those communities and not maintain it? That's the question I'm asking. Was there a plan? This is all good, thank you. But is there a maintenance plan to continue to make sure that the presentation is upkept? Who's maintaining that? When I ride through all that, what this Accelerated Memphis is, and I'm gonna say what Councilman Chase said out loud, in the Black community, in the poor community, over there where these apartments are, over there, it is absolutely embarrassing. I wouldn't bring anyone in this city to ride through there. And I can't even imagine what the hospital was going through after I got the phone call, because you got sick people, you got people visiting from out of town, you got all of that. But the presentation, who keeps that clean? You got reflectors, those yellow reflectors. I'm about to go insane. They're all on the side of the street. Jonathan hadn't got my pictures yet. I need to know, what is the plan? If you get a plan with Accelerated Memphis and you create this huge to beautify the city, but there's no maintenance plan and keeping things in place, can someone please explain that to me?
Director, well, I don't know his title anymore. Chief, Director, the man. We know the man.
I'm gonna let
Talk to us.
Director Morgan address what Public Works is responsible for, especially around mowing of medians, because there's been some updates on that, and then I'll address the rest.
Yes, ma'am. So, Councilwoman, the medians are the responsibility of Public Works. So when those Accelerate Memphis projects are finished, so what happens is Division of Engineering inspects those as well as our subcontractors. Once they are finished and accepted by the city, meaning they're complete and the city's accepting now responsibility for it, Public Works is notified of these medians to maintain. Traffic, reflectors and delineators within the street signage, that would fall under engineering, traffic engineering to replace if they're hit or damaged. So as you know, our right-of-way department, we have contractors that assist in mowing and litter collection within the right-of-way, as well as in-house crews. So currently, in-house crews are doing the Accelerate Memphis projects. If there is potential that, if we didn't get notified, just being honest, it fell through the cracks. And the two that you identified to us, we were out there within, that next day cleaning those areas. Currently, we have rebid our contracted work for medians and mowing. We're evaluating the bids now, and they include all of the Accelerate Memphis locations that have been completed and the city's accepted. So as soon as that contract's executed, and we switch from, the current vendor to the new vendor, this first quarter of 2026, all those locations will be included in that.
So there is a plan to make sure that these things are looked at, maintained properly and I just heard you say about the contracts, and I understand that. Okay, I just thought maybe when you all did this would have been something in place. This would have been, we got to go out here every 3 weeks or cut it and put the nice flowers in, not the bushes that look like something in the woods. I mean, and then the trash that it accumulates, and it picks it up real easily if the wind blows, the reflectors around there, all of that. And so that's important to me.
Yes, ma'am.
And so there should have been a plan in place when you initially did this. And if I hadn't gotten a call, what would have happened? What if I'm not sitting here? What's in place? What if I'm not here and I'm not their council member and they can't call me and say, Councilwoman, this, what happens? What's our plan?
John Zena, Chief of Development and Infrastructure. Councilwoman, you're correct that much of how infrastructure was being maintained was on a reactive, complaint-based system. And I think what Director Morgan is presenting here is an example of some of the ways that we are moving to kind of turn the dial to be much more proactive in the way that we're maintaining roadways. And that includes not only the potholes, cleaning the drain inlets, sweeping the streets as he presented in the first part of his presentation, but also mowing of medians, taking care of when you have traffic devices or reflectors, that sort of thing, in a more proactive fashion than we were previously doing. So there is a plan that we are moving forward on now. You're correct that it should have been put in place sooner, but this is where we are today, and we're moving forward to put more proactive measures in place to improve our roadway maintenance.
Okay. And then there's one more. There's E-Way from Chelsea. I think I was over there. Let me just make this proclaimer. I have no sense of direction, but it's the E-Way by Chelsea and Hollywood. I think that's where it is. Some part is paved and some part isn't. How do you distinguish what's paved and what isn't paved? What determines that? On the expressway, yeah. Is that to say? So how do we? Yeah. So how do we get them to do their part? As far as when we're getting the complaints, or if I'm riding that way and I see that there's a difference there, you got part here, and then the other part look like something, just unpleasant to the eyesight.
Yes, ma'am. So as it relates to the responsibility of TDOT to maintain expressways as well as state roads, so several years ago, the city and state nullified the maintenance contract that the city had, giving the state the responsibility to fully maintain their rights of way through the city. Within the last several months, we have started to have more discussions with TDOT about their responsibilities to maintain roadways within the city, whether they're expressways or state routes. They have taken several different actions. There is paving that is taking place now throughout Shelby County on roughly 200 lane miles of expressway. We can get the schedule for you that they're following to pave those roads.
Chief.
Yes.
All right. Hate to cut you off. Could you get Cooper Sutton's questions answered sometime today?
Yes.
And then I know Director Morgan has a couple more slides. I do know some of the council members are interested in seeing the remaining slides. And after that, I do want y'all to know that we're 18 minutes over. And I'm going to not look at anybody when he gets done. And if you have any other questions, we can bring them back in a couple of weeks. But I do want him to get done with his presentation. So, Director, go ahead.
Jonathan, can you pull? Thank you. Next slide. So just as a quick reminder and brevity, Mr. Chairman, 6,700 lane miles. This was discussed a couple months ago out in how we, our management process and how we pick street paving for coming up fiscal years. So as a reminder, a couple years ago, we had a company come in called RAS. They scanned all of our road networks, and each road segment got a score that dictates, paving. Next slide. As a reminder, this was the 5-year CIP funding put in place, so FY26, which we're currently in, 16 million, and then you can see the ramp up over the next 4 years, and that's important for the next slide. So this is our PCIs, your pavement condition index. The green line is let me back up. Our current PCI score for the entire city as a whole was 66.5, which is good. Our current funding, the way it's set up right now with the increases that I previously showed, that does start to decrease the PCI score over time, which is the green line. So you see it starting on the far left at 66, and it slowly starts creeping down as you go to the right under 65. If we want to keep the current PCI score of 66, we have to do $40 million annually. And right now we're at 16. So, Councilwoman White, this is kind of where you were going to.
And we get this data from the AI software we're using?
We get this data from the company RAS that did the survey for us.
Okay.
And rated all the streets and put it all into a database, and then we start pushing numbers based upon recent bids and how much we can pave.
Well,
so, and and the purple line is, if we fix all, so you can, see pretty quickly, you're jumping up from 60 to 80 to 90 in your PCI score, and your money's dramatically increasing as well, your CIP.
So, hold on. So, Councilwoman Logan just indicated that, could you clarify that the current PCI is that where we want to be? Do we want to be trending above it? Or kind of show us, where we should be?
Well, 66.5 from the gradation scale with RAS is good. I mean, you got excellent, great, good, fair, poor. So we're in the greens. You don't want to get much lower. But it would obviously be great for the citizens to go higher.
What's the target?
Well, it's really,
I know when you start talking about numbers, this council is eager to Just say, simplify, make it plain to everyone who's listening. So right now on 1 to 10, we're probably at a 5. So we're okay. Not great, not terrible. Is that fair to say?
That's probably fair.
All right. And right now we're putting in 16 million a year.
This year was 16, next year was projected for 20.
So if we do 20 next year, will we still be around the middle
Yes, sir.
of the pack? And then if we get to 30, we'll still be around middle
Yes,
of the
sir.
pack. But if we don't do 30 in the next couple of years, we'll be trending lower than a 5.
That's correct.
Okay. Does that make sense?
Because over time, the 6,700 lane miles, continually degrade, just like sewer and stormwater infrastructure.
So I can't see that. So to keep what we currently have, we have to get to 40 million.
To keep, yes, if you want to stay at 66 and a half. But if you back up and go with the 16, 20, 25, 30, which is what was the 5-year plan, it goes from 66.5 to, 64.5. So, I mean, it does, but the point is that the graph shows it gradually going down without increased funding.
Yeah. So basically we need to increase funding. Not necessarily 40 million, but we need to increase funding. Right. Got it. Hold on. So I don't know who was in the queue because y'all was just saying what's on your mind today. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do because we're behind schedule. Could you do me a favor? Can you send out, have your team send out an email to all the council members, try to get on the schedule to kind of talk through the numbers because we're talking about from $16 million to $40 million. That's a significant increase. So
Yes, sir.
I would say all hearts and minds clear. I know they're not.
One more slide, Councilman.
One more slide. Go ahead.
Real
You know I was
quick.
ready to hit this gavel.
I know it. So just as an update from the last meeting, the paving map is live. So this and I'll send this link out to Chief Hyman to get out to everybody. So it's got, to help kind of consolidate data, we got the 2 years prior, which isn't super important, but then we got the 3 years of currently scheduled paving. So the current year plus 2 future years based upon PCI score and where we're going to be. So that's CIP, paving, as well as in-house.
If you didn't do anything today,
Chair Dr. Easter Thomas, and then Chairman Canali.
Here. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 2 items on the agenda today. First item is Memphis and Shelby County Sports Authority Board. Appointment of Maya Siggers. There is a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Smiley, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Ms. Boris, would you like to speak on this?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Mary Claire Boris, Executive Senior Project Manager. I'm here today. There we go. Mary Claire Boris, 125 North Main, Executive Senior Project Manager for the City of Memphis. It is the administration's pleasure today to present for your approval Maya Siggers to assume a vacant seat on the Sports Authority Board. And with that, I will have Ms. Siggers reintroduce herself to you, because I know many of you will remember her from when she joined the MATA Board and her previous work with the city.
Yeah.
Welcome, Ms. Siggers. If you would give us your name and address and a little bit about yourself and why you would like to serve on the Sports Authority Board.
Good morning. My name is Maya Siggers, 7284 Old Dominion Court, Memphis, Tennessee, 38125. And a little information about myself. I started my legal career here at the City of Memphis about 15 years ago in the City Attorney's Office, where I worked for 8 years over public records and on the commercial transactions team. And I also had the opportunity to serve as counsel for several boards, including the new Arena Public Building Authority, which I really enjoyed. So that's one of the reasons I'm interested in being on the Sports Authority. I enjoy serving and helping with the city when I can. This is where I got my start, and anytime I can lend my skill set back to where, who gave me the opportunity, I'm happy to do so.
Thank you, Ms. Siggers. Colleagues, any questions, comments?
Quick comment.
All right, Councilwoman White.
I just want to say that I've known Attorney Siggers for many, many years. She is one of our brilliant minds in the legal community, as well as the community at large. She is passionate about about this city, about the people in this city. And again, whenever we have bright minds who are willing to serve in this capacity, because it is a volunteer capacity, we are very grateful to have you to volunteer for this position. Thank you.
Emphasis on volunteer. We can't afford your bill of hour.
Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you. A lot of moving on over there in the authority these days. You are appointed by the city mayor and approved by this body. The work you do obviously is very important with what's going on in the horizon and the needs of the city. The reason I add this body is it is critical to me for my approval that you make yourself available, if necessary, to answer questions to this body. And I think that tone and tenor is more of an invitation than anything. We just have got to start switching, how the lines of communication are running so that we understand we're getting information in real time. And I think we've discovered that in some other entities here in the last year or so. And so I look forward to the work. I hear nothing but wonderful things. I think it's going to be exciting. Hopefully we land a great deal for the city. But mainly it's making sure that we understand when these meetings are going on, to have a board member that can come and speak with us and tell us what's going on the ground, I think would be helpful, even if those need to be done in attorney clients. But being able to hear directly from board members is critical. So it takes the middleman out, if that makes sense. I want to hear from you. You're the one representing us. Yeah. All right. Thank you. I wish you the best of luck, and I appreciate you taking the time to do it.
No problem.
Thank you, Councilman. Anybody else? All right. All those in favor of sending this downstairs, same night minutes, in the positive affirmation, signify by saying aye.
Yes, sir.
I'm also an aye. Any opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll hear this item at 4 o'clock downstairs. Item number 2, a referendum ordinance to amend Article 34, Section 250 of the Home Rule Charter of the City of Memphis relative to the classification of officers and positions, exemptions from article to amend the classification of employees of the Memphis Shelby County Public Library to allow civil service status. All council districts sponsored by Smiley, Canale, Cooper Sutton, Easter Thomas, Ford, Green, Spinoza, Swearingen, Washington, Walker, and Warren. Can I get a motion in a second?
I'll move it.
Moved by JSW, second by Smiley. Councilman Smiley, do you want to speak on this?
Sure, it'd be quick. I think we're all aware that the library workers have been consistently coming to the council meeting. I'm not sure how long, but it's been quite some time. They're seeking for someone on this body to put forth a referendum ordinance to give them, I guess, the ability to become civil service workers. Just because we put it on the ballot doesn't mean that the people of Memphis are going to vote for and approve it. I think we've been pretty consistent as a body to let the people speak. This essentially gives the people of Memphis the ability to speak and determine whether they want the library workers to remain in appointed status or be moved over to civil service status. Generally speaking, as it relates to civil service, it provides them protection, certain protections that appointed status does not provide them. I don't pretend to be a library worker, and nor do I sit in their position, so I can't pretend to tell you the things that they want. I think they are in the best position to talk about the things that they want and need. This referendum ordinance gives them the ability to do it, and I ask you to support it because that's what the people want. Straightforward for me.
Thank you, Councilman Smell. Anybody else? Councilman Warren?
Yes, I think it's real important that our library workers know that we want to put that out there for them, and that if they need us to let the public know why we think it's a good idea for them to have this right and be not appointed and a civil servant, they need to know that. The other thing is, as we bring it forward, they also need to realize that once you become a civil servant, then everyone has to apply for the job again. So that's like, doesn't mean you're necessarily going to get your job back. I'm sure most people will, but that's an issue that should be out there, and I didn't realize that until our last meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, that's what I was about to chime in on that as well.
Councilwoman White.
Well, that's what I was about to say, and that was a great point to end on, Dr. Warren, in terms of you didn't realize that to the last meeting. I think there's a lot that may not be realized in terms of the implications of this. I would appreciate some type of presentation from council or HR on what the ramifications are of doing this. What does it mean overall? I'm not well informed on what the implications are at this point.
Yeah. Attorney Wade, and then I'm going to go to Councilwoman Walker after.
The issue of reapplying for the jobs is one issue. I think there are 85 classifications that have to be rewritten, and all the jobs have to be reposted. This is first reading. In 2 weeks, it'll be in first reading. I fully anticipated that we will have to carve out some time to have HR give us a full presentation of the pros and the cons, and then we can ask all our questions. Nobody's going to try to cram this down without having a full dialogue of it. So I had talked to HR about it, and that's kind of where we're going to go. There probably will need to be an amendment. This thing now says that the officers will be exempt. Technically, most of our directors and managers are exempt from civil service. The actual rank and file employees would be covered. And so those kind of amendments will have to be made, but we can discuss that fully. We'll get with the chair, and the chair will give us a date when we can have a committee meeting, a long one, about this whole thing.
Thank you.
The other thing I'll tell you is we don't have, to get it on the ballot, it'll probably have to be completed sometime the end of April. So we got plenty of time to fully discuss and vet.
And the date is November, correct? The November election?
For the August election, it would be April. For the November election, it would probably be July.
Okay.
Thank you, Attorney Wade. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. Attorney Wade covered most of my questions and my concerns. I want to support anything that the librarian or any constituent, but I want to make sure that they understand the pros and cons, like he said, and whatever ratification comes behind it, because it's sitting on this body and we vote. I just don't want to be shot with the same bullet I vote with. But we need to just make sure that you clearly understand, and I support you 100%. You have been coming faithfully and consistently, but thank you, Council Wade, Attorney Wade, for making this more plain, and because there's pros and cons with anything, and want to make sure that you're astute and you're aware of it all, not because this is just what we want. You deserve every bit of everything for your hard work. However, a good understanding is the best type of understanding, with wisdom, knowing what's coming down the road. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chief Fouché, you want to speak on this?
I would be Fonda Fouché, 125 North Main Street. I would be happy to come back and do a presentation of the pros and cons. I did talk to Attorney Wade yesterday because there are certain, I would recommend that certain classifications remain appointed, which would be senior leadership. Employees would have to apply for the positions. We have to have a competitive process, and our competitive process is posting jobs, letting people apply. The people that meet the minimum qualifications, they go through an interview process. So that would have to happen. Also, I know that there's the issue that they are going to join a union. Managers and supervisors cannot be in a union even if they are civil service.
Thank you, Chief. Councilwoman Walker, followed by Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief Fouché and Attorney Waring. So, Attorney Wade, congratulations. So, basically, all of my questions and concerns have been addressed. Of course, I do support this as the chair of the library committee, and I am a former library employee. Go Link. But one question that I've received a few times about providing the specific law regarding having to reapply, is that in the charter or separate law? So could you?
It is in the city charter. It's in the charter, yes. Yes. It's a civil service ordinance. So we can share. It's in the charter.
Yeah, I know that, but the specific language that says you have to reapply, I'm just trying to do my due diligence to.
Right, we can get that for you, yes.
Let me address that. When you have a civil service position, you have to test and apply for that position. So there may be people who apply that may be more qualified than some of the people that are working there now. That's the risk that you have with this process. And to the extent that we exclude someone and automatically give a position to someone that's already there, the people that we exclude could have a claim against us for discrimination. That's why civil service is supposed to be even-handed, open to all, applied by all. That's what civil service protection means.
And Councilwoman Walker, it's Article 34 in the city charter. Yes, Article 34.
Section 250.
Section 250.
Councilwoman Walker, are you finished?
Yes, thank you. I yield the floor.
Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since we're just kind of wading into this, I'll keep it. I just add pros, cons, and alternatives. I don't want to step out and say that it's a relic, but it's been around a long time, and I know how it was created. And my challenge might be is there a better alternative? Many things in the government since I've been here have just been like added on to, right? Like piecemeal. And sometimes it works out, and sometimes it's an amalgamation. The due process in which civil service is supposed to provide has turned into a disaster, and that's no disrespect to the attorneys that are involved in that. I appreciate the work that they do and the time that they take, but the process is a disaster, and I'll happily prepare for an open debate live on the news with anybody that wants to do it. Here's why. Here's an anecdotal tale, and it goes both ways. Both employee and employer are now at an indefinite impasse of odds. You're terminated. No, I'm not. Okay, the average case can take over a year, up to 2 years per case. So that employee is no longer at work. That position may be unfilled. And if they prevail, we may have to pay back wages. 24 months to figure out whether somebody did or didn't do something seems oddly bad, right? And if I were an employee sitting around for 2 years wondering what my fate was going to be, bad. So I got it if I'm sitting in an association that change is real scary. But guys, we've got to start making big changes. We've got to start challenging ourselves to stop doing things the same way. So to this incredible team and department, and I also see legal back there too, we won't get it done. I'm totally fair to propose this question to the voters. I've always been consistent about that, except for I think there was one crazy one. I can't remember what it was. It was absolutely crazy. It was crazy. You'll have to remind me in a minute. Here's the kicker. I think there's a better way to do it, but I know that I'm not the person with the skill set and experience to come up with it, but I know that my gut instinct tells me that there is, from what I've seen. My best guess is that if you guys can put your best foot forward with that man down there and cooperation, that we can come up with something that both is to the benefit of the associations, to the employees of the city of Memphis that they represent, and the non-represented employees that often get left behind in the conversation, and also to the citizens that just want services. Right? I don't want to sit around 2 years to figure out whether I've got a job. Let's go arbitrate it, or whatever the process needs to be. Right? And so we've got a lot of conversations coming up, but I think that would be you want to talk about good faith, that would be a good faith offer for me, is let's work on a better process for both employee and employer. With that being said, I want to say my colleague heard and brought forth, said he was going to, so he laid it on the table, and I do appreciate that, and I'll support putting the question forward. However, I think there might be a better alternative. I understand change is scary.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I think, that's all good to hear. I think all of that is going to be vetted when we have our meeting. There are going to be alternative options placed on the table at that time. That has been
Yes, sir. Yeah, I think that's my general point. Thank you, Attorney Wade. Thank you, Chairman.
Councilman Smiley.
All right, to close it off, I don't think we get to the place where we're talking about alternatives unless we put something forward. The reason that, I value putting legislation forward in this fashion is, for some reason, when you put forth legislation, all the players seem to be willing to come to the table because legislation impacts people. So I look forward to the dialogue, continuing to look forward to a better solution. If not, I'll be pushing this forward because the library workers said they want more protection. Let's figure out how we get there to them. With that.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley. That brings us to the end. Anybody else wants to go? Good. All those in favor of sending this downstairs in 2 weeks for first reading, knowing that we will have further discussion about this item, signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? All right, that item passes. That brings us to the end of
You let me know when you're ready. Good morning. It is now 11:40 a.m. and I hereby call the Budget and Audit Committee to order. Ms. Regala Mauricio, please call the roll. Thank you.
Councilman Smiley. Councilman Ford Sr. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Canali. Councilman Dr. Warren. Vice Chair White.
Present. Thank you so much. First, we have a resolution to allocate and appropriate $2.6 million in City Council community grant funds to nonprofit agencies for FY26. All council districts sponsored by the Budget Committee. Second. Got a motion from Councilman Ford, a second from Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington. Do we need a presentation on this or? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. This matter will go down in 2 weeks with a favorable recommendation. We're going to do a brief recess. We did at least get one matter handled, but we'll be right back for items number 2 and item number 3.
Glad to hear that. We'll put it in the paper.
Thank you. Top news. Councilman Carl's favorite Thanksgiving sides. Everyone, my apologies. If we could kind of temp down the talking, please. Thank you, everybody. I apologize. We had a discrepancy on a past budget item that just needed to get worked out real quickly. And I wanted to make sure that that member had the opportunity to address that. So with that being said, thank you to my vice chair. I believe you guys handled item number 1. Are we on to item number 2? Is that where we're at? Yeah, sorry. Okay, sorry. Item number 2, a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2026 operating budget, all council districts, sponsored by administration. There is a request for same 9 minutes. May I have a motion and second to hear this item?
Move it.
Moved by Swearingen Washington, seconded by Dr. Warren. Is there someone for the Mr. Mayor? Welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be here with you. As you know, we had a discussion about this at the last meeting. I understand there were different perspectives on it, but I will just restate what I stated at that meeting, which is we believe that we can handle this 2% increase within the budget. The rationale for why we're moving forward with it at this time is because we know that there's legal cases and lawsuits and things of that nature, and we felt like this action would allow us to put some of those legal cases behind us, and it's a step in good faith from our perspective to move forward, and I humbly ask for your approval.
Thank you. Dr. Warren.
Do we have any confirmation from the people who are suing us that once we do this, they're going to be dropping their lawsuits?
That's something. Is Tanera here? Yeah. I mean, I'll let the attorneys speak to it, but according to all that I've heard from our chief legal officer, this will help put this behind us.
I think it'd be nice. Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. My questions are probably more so for Chief Person. We have spoken since the last time, and we got a lot of new people here. My concern, as I stated on the record last time, and I see we got people from Fire here. Thank you all for your service. We all understand that when we're running away from trouble, you all are running to it. And that's a very, very costly thing. It's very valuable. And so it's difficult to put a price tag on what it is that you all are deserving of. However, we are forced to have to do that in this climate, being that we must balance a budget. So how we got here? We got here from this past budget season where there was a proposed 5% increase. We looked at the budget and we said we need to look at actual numbers. And depending on what those actual numbers came out to be, that we may or may not be able to later in the year grant raises. Last council meeting, we got those actual numbers. From my review of those numbers, it seemed as if we were trending, and this is where you come in, Chief Person, because I need you to track me to make sure that I'm on point with this. If I recall, we came in about $7 million short in terms of projected revenues. Is that right?
Walter Person, CFO, 125 North Main. Yes, ma'am, as it currently stands, including the encumbrances, that is correct.
And in terms of expenditures, we're projecting to be about $10 million over what we projected for in the budget. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. But let me say this. With encumbrances, our overall net loss is $7 million. And so if you look at, there should be a document in front of you, which is passed out. And this document, I spoke to it last time. It's a one-pager with a little bit of yellow print on it. It shows the effect of the encumbrances, which I spoke to in the past. And this is something that Chairman Carlisle and I discussed when we went to the new format. We've looked at adopted budget. This is a funding budget. One of the differences is encumbrances. So we've incorporated encumbrances in this model, which shows you the net effect of all of that. So you are correct in your initial revenue and expense arguments, but the net effect of all of this would be a $7 million net change.
Why is it in assigned fund balance?
Well, it's always an assigned fund balance. I can show it to you. I didn't bring my
But we've got easy. We've got unrestricted. You have assigned, unassigned, restricted.
It's unassigned fund balance, which is typically what we call our rainy day fund. Then it's assigned.
How did the money get assigned there?
It's always been there. It's by statute. We assign it there.
We assign it there.
Mhm.
And how much did we assign there?
Last year, 19 million.
And you said by statute. What does the statute say?
The ordinance requires.
So it's by
that-
ordinance. The
right.
big difference. When you say
I'm sorry,
statute, well, it's clear.
misspoke.
Yeah,
by
that's
ordinance,
important to me.
By ordinance, it's actually the discretion of the CFO to assign fund balance, and that's for encumbrances.
Say that. Well, will you grab that? Will you mark that ordinance? I just want to make sure I understand that. I just want to make sure I understand this.
Can I restate it real quick?
Sure.
Because
Yeah.
I understand it. He's
Yeah.
a CFO guy. These were dollars that were encumbered in FY25, and because they were tied to an FY25 revenue and they carry it over into FY26, he just assigned that same revenue to.
No, I got the encumbrance. I guess I'm just by the statute. You're taking all encumbrances.
Help
Or you
the
taking-
rest of us with encumbrances definition.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't want to over-explain stuff.
No,
I apologize,
you
but-
are gonna over-explain.
So encumbrances are set-asides. And when you have a contractual commitment that spans over a period of time, you have an encumbrance. So I'll give you an example. If we have a contract for some type of fire equipment, and we haven't obtained all that fire equipment in FY25, it'll expand over into 26. We're still under contract, so we take FY25 dollars and carry them over to FY26. So when we're spending money, we're spending FY25 dollars in fulfillment of that contract in FY26. And that's the concept of encumbrances. So at the end of the fiscal year, we have to identify all the encumbrances, or basically those contracts that we're carrying forward. And when we identify those, when you pass the budget, you also authorize me to carry those encumbrance dollars forward. Those encumbrance dollars don't appear on the adopted budget, but they appear on the funding budget.
But that's because they are obligated.
That's because they're obligated, yes,
And
sir.
what were these funds obligated to?
Contractual purchases.
Get me the list.
Okay.
With the number. That's all. I hear you.
Are those ones we're not using?
Hold on, Councilman. Hold on. I hear you. I just want to understand it. Right? I don't want to spend the same dollar twice.
Understood.
Okay. And again, it doesn't have to be. I'm not looking for a manifest of like passenger A sat in seat 38C. I just want to see, is it $3 million for a professional services agreement, right? Tell me what it is, right? Because $12 million is a big number. That's all. Sorry, Councilman Warren. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Dr. Warren, I'm sorry. Councilman Vice Chair White had the floor
Unless
still.
you needed some clarity on
Well, that was
something,
that was really a point of information that I
Chief,
allowed. Okay,
Go
so hold on real quick. Let's hang tight.
What was the point of information on Councilman White?
Yeah, hold on. Sometimes we broadly use point of information. Hold on. Let's go back. I want to make sure everyone is clear on encumbrances, which I'm willing to allow, and then I want to allow Councilman White the opportunity to finish her questions. So if we can stay within that parameter, I would appreciate that. If not, I politely may give the floor back. Okay, Dr. Warren?
So this is on the encumbrances, and I guess the question is, as we're looking at these are encumbrances, money that we were going to spend in 2025, that we're not having to spend, but we're moving forward. So it's encumbrance money that we're moving forward to use for this purpose. Is that the way we're using this or not? And am I misunderstanding this?
Well, it's just a little bit of nuance there. These are contractual commitments. So at the end of the year, out of all the contractual commitments, what we're saying essentially is we had roughly $12 million of contractual commitments from FY25 that we hadn't fulfilled. And so we carried that $12 million forward to spend in FY26.
On those contracts?
On those contractual commitments and obligations.
So the money.
How can we use it now?
Well, because we're still under contract, and so we use that FY25 money in fulfillment of those contracts. So if we're buying widgets, the widgets that we didn't obtain in 25, we obtained in 26, we have to pay for them when we obtain them. And we pay for them with the money that we had already contractually committed to pay.
So let's follow up on this.
No problem.
So how do you use that contractual, if we still have to pay it, it's coming forward, we used our budget for this year and we put it down for that, and now we're not using that part of the budget, so we're bringing our encumbrance to pay the contract, and it frees up money that we'd had in the regular budget that would let us do this?
No, what it does is cover those, because those FY25 expenses also move forward. So we have those dollars that move forward to cover those FY25 expenses.
So another way to say it is so the encumbrance roll forward document that I have, and I'm just going to read FY26. I just want to make sure I understand this. Is $11,950,000 or $11,957,055. Can't forget those last 55. But it would be fair to say that while that money is shown as a revenue, there is an equal and offsetting expense to that.
Yes, sir.
So from an accounting standpoint, he is showing the revenues, but it is not considered additional funding. So the way you need to look at it is as if, I'm just going to use a $1 million, just keep it real simple. Last year, we knew we were going to have $2 million worth of expenses. I signed a contract for $2 million. You did half the work last year. I paid you $1 million. Maybe you're still working. Maybe you did all the work last year, whatever. I'm going to pay you $1 million last year. That went out. I still owe you $1 million, and I still have $1 million in my account. That money is encumbered. He puts it in the assigned fund balance because it's the one account that the CFO can stroke checks out of without our authorization. It's important. Don't get upset. We need it. We use the term encumbered in public finance. So that money has basically been obligated. The only way for you to access that actual cash that is due to you, the vendor, would be to default on the contract or litigate it, basically. So the money is there in the account, but it has already been obligated to pay whatever contract or services agreement it needs to go to, unless the vendor fails to perform services and we choose to not pay. Is that close?
Perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect.
All right. Does that make sense? So what you're looking at is really an accounting feature that we had talked about last time, both on a balance statement and an income statement, balance sheet and an income statement, which we don't use those terms in public finance. What do we use?
At this point,
appropriation statement.
Yeah, this is an appropriation statement.
Appropriation.
I'll get back to you.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the deal. So just to break this all down, because I need to get it back in a minute to the floor. An encumbrance is a contractual obligation. It can be for everything from ordering vehicles to professional services agreements to whatever, a promise to pay somebody something. We roll it forward. It gets added in because it's real cash that's still in your account, and under state law, we are required to put everything in a bucket. And so the best way to say it is yes, there is $12 million approximately of an additional cash from last year's budget, so to speak, or obligation that's rolled into this year's budget, but it's not additional funding. That's probably the best way I think I can say it. But it is there. Like, that's important. And honestly, he could have a contract that may not get paid for 4 years. Like, I mean, we've had some of those things. So it's a unique bucket. I don't know. I need to, is that good? All right. You can only spend it on what you were obligated to spend it on, which is those contracts by contractual agreement. Sorry for that big roundabout, everybody. I'm gonna bring us back home. Vice Chair White, the floor is yours. Real quick, is everybody good, I think, on that? Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm about to get there. So we stopped at, so now you're saying that instead of 17 million, it's trending to more 7 million. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm saying.
And so then the fiscal impact is, you stated how much?
For the 2% increase in fire? Well, we had some further discussions since the past 2 weeks have elapsed. And so fire has agreed to be able to absorb about an additional $1.1 million.
Well, hold on. What's the total fiscal, what's the impact? What does it cost?
$515,000 would be the impact.
So for all the raises is 500?
For the 1.7.
1.7 million is the total cost for the 2%.
Okay, and then now do we have the ARC number, the number that it's gonna cost for the pensions? Because that's also included in the fiscal impact. Do we have that number yet?
No, ma'am, I will have to get that from our actuary, so.
Is there any estimate as to what the increase in budget will be as it pertains specifically to overtime? Because once you increase salaries, there's also gonna be an impact to overtime. Do we have an estimate of that number?
I do not.
Okay. All right. So here's where I am, council members, and this is important because this is not about my gratitude for fire services. This is about governance. We're being asked to approve a 2% increase, but we don't actually know the fiscal impact. $1.7 million is not the actual fiscal impact. And what I've heard is we believe we can handle it, but I still haven't heard how we're actually going to handle it. And the other part of that is how we're going to handle it from what number, because $1.7 million is not the real number. We don't know the true the comprehensive fiscal impact until we know 1.7 is what it costs to cover this 2% increase. This is what it's going to cost in increases as it pertains to contributing to pensions. And this is what we are estimating based on trends. No, we can't get it exact, but based on trends, this is what we are estimating is going to be increased in budget, specifically as it pertains to overtime. In order for us to be able to make a decision, we have to have the information to make that decision. And we're being asked to approve something without the actual information as to what it's going to cost us. And that's what we're responsible for, is making sure that the budget balances. The other flip side to that is, in addition to not knowing the number, at this point, I'm still not clear on, which I think you're about to explain to me, where it's coming from.
Yeah. Can I respond quickly, and then I know he can get into the specifics on it. I understand the concern, especially on the ARC and overtime, because those are unforeseen costs that can develop from this. But what we worked to do was try to identify ways that we can absorb the bulk of the $1.7 million within the budget that we already have. Fire has identified about $1.1 million in their budget that they can use to absorb it. There's some dollars that'll come from police as well as from community enhancement, very small amounts that would also help to absorb some of this increase, which means that the amount that we were looking to take from the contribution to fund balance is roughly $510,000. So with that said, your overarching point, which is that we have a $7 million gap between revenues and expenses. We had a similar number around this time last year. Actually, it was a little bit higher. And what we did was we worked with our divisions. We did a process where we reviewed all of the jobs as they were being posted, making sure that we were posting only the jobs that needed to be filled. We're going to have to do that to make sure we manage to do, whether you approve this or not, we still have a gap. So we're going to be doing those things anyway. We're going to be managing overtime to make sure that at the end of the year, we come in balance. This is what we have to do on a daily basis. So when I say that we can absorb it, it's going to be, it's about a $510,000 increase aside from those two things, the ARC and the overtime. But we're going to be managing overtime anyway. And so that's why I believe that we'll be able to do it. Now, if you have more specifics, you can add those.
No, sir, I have nothing to add.
This is what I'll say, and then I'll give it back to the chair. Chief Person, you have shown your brilliance in this space, and I appreciate it. Mayor, you know that I respect your brilliance as well in your space. However, I personally, and I'll let my other council members speak their piece, I find it, from my position, to be irresponsible to approve something that I don't have a real number for. I understand $1.7 million. This isn't something that came up this morning. This isn't something that came up 2 weeks ago. I, for the life of me, don't understand why we don't have a real number as to what it's going to cost. How can I say, yes, we can afford it if I don't know what it costs? Nobody does that anywhere. If I go into somewhere and I'm getting ready to buy something and make this decision, I need to know the price. And right now, I don't know the price. And I can't say yay to something when I don't know the real cost. $1.7 million is not the real cost. Pension is going to have a cost. Overtime is going to have a cost. And then starting with the point in mind that when we said we were going to reconsider this, it would be based on where we were in the budget. And what I'm hearing is that we're at a deficit. Whether it's 17 million or 7 million, we're headed towards a deficit. Although I have all the confidence in the world that you all will figure it out in terms of overtime. But if my council members do decide to support it as is, and I'm not saying that I won't support it at some point, but we need a real number. I don't see how any council member at this point can vote on it and not have a real number. Amen. But the other part of that is that once we get a real number, what I would propose is looking at fires, looking at the quarterly budget, and I don't know, Chief Person, do you have your numbers that you gave us last council meeting? I'm looking at page 10 and then page 11. So it looks like right now, in terms of fire overtime, trending well, down 14% in terms of what it would be anticipated for the quarter. So almost $1 million. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Under budget. What I would propose is once we get a real number, in terms of making up the other part, which is still from the same money, but at least for accounting purposes, can we take that portion from the overtime in the budget from that overage?
I'll take it back and look at it.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it's still the same money, but at least from an accounting perspective, in terms of trying to help things balance, since there is an overage there, and I think you said there's 1.1 million.
Mm-hmm. Well, yes, and I don't disagree with that. I just want to make sure that they will have enough in their budget to cover the rest of the year. That's why I said I'll have to confer with fire to make sure that we can do that.
And then maybe what we could propose is that if there isn't, that they can come back at the end of the year if there's a need for more. But I think from a balance in the budget perspective, once we get the number, that seems like the better option to be able to make up the other portion.
Understood.
That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Yeah, so, I don't have to defend my record with first responders. It's out there. It's pretty clear. My question is, I heard, all right, so we're going to I'm going to use the term credit, but we're going to credit in the assigned fund balance encumbrance. This identified fund. So I guess the thing that I always don't understand is this. We have identified absorbable funds, but have come out of fund balance multiple times to fund fire or other divisions, right? So that is the reconciliation of the accounting game that I'm trying to hear. On one hand, we're going to roll forward a past year, but then we've found money in this year's budget so where'd the $1 million come from? How do we find $1 million within, quote, the budget, but we needed to transfer out of unassigned fund balance? And then as far as, and Mayor, this is not your problem, but just to remind everybody, well, it is your problem, but it's something you inherited. It's a better way to say that. But we didn't manage it well, and I say I have to take some responsibility. We didn't really manage it well in the sense that we also had a $15 million oops, right? And so when we say that we kind of narrowed these down, we went from $120 million, $124 million in our fund balance down to $80 million in less than a year. And I think for me, it's those moves where we're kind of talking one side and the other. And again, I'm kind of with Councilwoman White. I want to find a path, but I'm not willing to find a path that puts me in a position to have to go to my constituents and say, oops. And so I appreciate the work. Again, I just want to understand, I guess. So where is the absorption of the $1 million coming from? Where's that? Yeah. Because you mentioned that earlier on the phone today, and I was trying to fill it with gas and all that stuff. And I said we'd talk about it later, but we're here, so.
$1.1 million came from funds that they received in terms of reimbursement from past activities. So they got prior year funding that came in that they're willing to use to cover the fire increases.
So I guess my question is when stuff like that happens to reimburse expenses, is it to go forward for a new expense or to pay back the old expense? Right? So, these are just the little questions that have got to be seriously talked about. It's death by 1,000 cuts up here. I will say this. I can find a way, and I see my guys in the corner, and they know how much they mean to me in the firefighters. And Matt, I'm sorry, getting back to you. It's been crazy. I promise I will come talk to you after this. We've got to find a path to support all of our employees, full stop. I think the mayor has done his level best to try and demonstrate that through his commitments, whatever action the council takes. So I don't want that to be taken away from anything. The thing that concerns me in my position as the budget chairman, which I appreciate the chair's faith in me to be here, is this. It's the continual economic headwinds and small trips that are getting us. And I'm not indicating that that's an absolute. But I kind of agree with the vice chair, without understanding in some order of magnitude what that ADC contribution is going to be and what overtime would look like. What if the body does vote to absorb out of overtime, and then you come back and say, by the way, it's overtime like last year plus the 2% you improved? The other thing I really don't understand too, and this is just me, and I'm going to leave this out here, and I have to say this because if I don't, it's going to eat away at me. But we are sitting 90 days out from the end of the calendar, or no, 30 days out from the calendar year, like almost 120 days from the official presentation of the mayor's budget, and we are literally in basically budget season already. I don't understand why we can't bury this into the budget, and that's just me. But I'm a compromise, like I'm a go get a solutions guy, so like I'm happy to try and find a way. But for me personally, it's going to have to come at like I'm comfortable, because I'm tired of being the one that sits in the chair and has to apologize for the oops. When at the end of the day, I know deep down inside, it really ain't my responsibility. And so I think my willingness to apologize for the oopses are coming to a small conclusion with my time left here. So I think I'll just end my comments with, I want to find a path. I know everybody up here wants to offer, quote, goodwill. They want the best out of our, and by the way, I see Chief Perez down there. I know that the men and women of the fire department are going to give their level best no matter what happens to you, because that's the kind of professionals they are, right? Dedicated, silent professionals. Showed up to pick up my niece 2 weeks ago, bring her to the emergency room when I ran out of the council chambers. Never been more thankful. I need to get by that substation, or by that station. But we've got to put this business in a position where these things are easy to do, not hard to do. So those are some general comments. I know that they're not as specific as I like to get into the numbers, but I think until I understand what that order of magnitude is, it's really hard to like get across the threshold, because that's it. Like that's a big one for me. And I say that with all the respect in the world. I think we may be able to get a path there. I just, the timing is critical. I've got some other thoughts, but I want to be quiet. I see Dr. Warren in the queue.
Can I speak to just some of your comments?
Sure.
Just want to respond to the $15 million. I think that was FY24 when we first came in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't your
That
problem.
was something that we inherited, and we worked to try to prevent that from happening in FY25.
But we had to absorb that year over year. Those are all
Correct. I just wanted to point that out. And then to your point around us being right around the corner from budget season, which is a very valid point, it won't be forgotten that we just did 2%. I mean, obviously, we'll go through negotiations and have the conversations at that point in time, but it won't be forgotten that this has just happened, and it will be a part of the moving forward dialogue.
I'll temper my comments. I want to process that. I hear you. Yes, sir. Thank you. That's fair. I almost had something. I need to process that for a second. Dr. Warren, the floor is yours. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, as we do these budgets and we bring them forward, they're always fluid. And the thing about the way these things work is you're always moving things back and forth between different parts of the budget based on needs that you thought you had that all of a sudden you didn't, and needs that you didn't know you had, and now you've got the fund. And I'm hearing Mr. Person and our mayor tell us that they think they can do this. And, you know, we told the fire department that if we thought we could do this at the middle of the year, we'd come back and revisit it. And I know we don't have the exact numbers, but we have two people in front of us that I think have done a really good job at cleaning up what was a problem. And they're still in the process of cleaning it up. That's a good thing for the city. It's also a good thing for the city if we can, like, not have lawsuits, and we can do a different type of negotiation for our employees each year that we come together. I think we've set the tone to where our unions and our administration are going to not bring us 6 impasses this coming year. So it makes sense to me to go ahead, if they tell us they want to do it and they think they can, I'm going to vote for that, not having specific numbers, because we're talking about 1.5 million, and then what overtime may be, so that's 300,000, and what pension may be, that's 200,000, 300,000. So we're looking at, you know, $1.2 million extra that may come in that we'd have to do something. And last year, if you recall, I said I didn't think we did our tax increase enough at that time. We didn't fund it. We did less than we needed to. And this is what we're doing now is we're filling that back. And is next year our debt cliff? Is that when we start to see that money in 26?
That's when it starts, but it's
So it
it's
starts
it's
in
much lower
26.
than
So
we.
we're going to have some extra money next year that we will be able to put back into our fund balance. We'll have some extra money that we'll be able to look other places. So in my mind, I think it makes sense to go ahead and back them at this point for that reason. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. I've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Ms. Ford. So I've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and Councilman Ford, and then I'll go back to. Yeah.
His question right now.
Yes, sir. Mr. Councilman Ford, if you get on the microphone, sir.
Don't count on that money. Okay? If you count on some, just a little tiny bit now, but don't count on that money. That's all I got to say right this minute, okay? When we talking numbers.
Yes, sir.
Do not count on that money.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and then back to Councilwoman White.
Chairman, I am at this point where Councilwoman White, it's the numbers. If you're an accounting person, and I mean, you all have done a wonderful job. However, we can't continue, and I yield. It's no sense, because what I really want to say, he won't even let me say it. Zip it. Yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman White.
I'll end on this, and I'm sure probably the Chairman Carlisle has something additional to say. I'm always open to figuring out a path forward. I want to reiterate that I'm grateful for fire. I want to reiterate that I believe in the mayor and chief person's ability to figure things out. I believe in their ability to stretch a dollar. However, when we're talking about, this is not a corporation where we can raise prices and we can make these different changes. We have very limited ways of getting revenue, very limited ways. And when I hear things like, we think we can make it work, or it's a small amount, or the bulk of it is, or we guess it's gonna be that, that's problematic. This is for me, and maybe it's not for my council members. This is real money. This is not monopoly money, where we get to play around and figure out what's gonna go where and how it's gonna work. These are real, actual dollars that we get from taxpayers. So every dollar to our constituents, every dollar counts, every cent counts. Right now, not just in Memphis, across the nation, people are counting their pennies to try to make ends meet. We raised taxes year before last. We generously gave increases year before last, and then again last year, although limited. If going by the logic, the same logic from our same council members, that, hey, we need to see if we can afford it. We're here now. The numbers, not what we feel, the numbers tell me, now that we're looking at actual numbers, which is what we said we wanted to do, the numbers tell me we are not trending in a good direction in terms of being on par for budget. Not to say that can't be corrected, not to say that that can't eventually be balanced out, but right now, based on the actual numbers in Q1, quarter one, we're trending at a deficit, whether it's 17 million, whether it's 7 million. The other problem I have is, again, we don't know the number. We don't know the cost.
I had just one clarification.
Okay.
Chief Fouché well, I'll let her say it.
Chief Fouché.
So when we do the calculations for percentage increases like 2%, 3%, we do a markup that includes a 40% markup for benefits overtime, and incentives. The only thing that we would need to cost out is that ADC for
It's the boogeyman.
pension. Yes,
It
but
is the
everything
boogeyman.
else we have, and that's
Is your
included
load
in-
factor.
Yes, we load that when we do percentage increases.
So what is that number?
It's the 1.7.
So that's included?
Yes.
So that's an estimate of overtime.
Benefits and incentives.
And so we're still missing the pension portion.
The ADC portion.
Do we have an estimate of what we believe that would be?
I do not.
Yes,
Yeah, I mean, that's the one big one for me. I think at that point and I'll think about it, I can't think of another large, big order of magnitude, and it's a boogeyman, especially with volatile markets.
I just want to also say, I mean, I definitely understand your point. I feel it deeply, but I want to assure you, nobody's playing. We don't think we have monopoly money. Like we're in this every single day, working hard to make sure that we stretch every dollar that we have, and we are, like I said earlier, we were in this same position last year. Every year you put forth a budget, you estimate what your expenses are going to be, you estimate what your revenues are going to be, and there's always some misalignment. Some expenses are going to be higher, some revenues are going to be higher, some revenues are going to be less, some expenses are going to be less. But we have to make those adjustments during the year, and that's what we're willing to do. So when I say that we are going to be able to absorb it, it's because we know that the true financial impact of $500,000 that we were taking from the contribution to fund balance, we don't have the ADC number, but I don't expect it to be millions of dollars because that's just not that kind of impact. And we believe it's going to be something that we can absorb, but we certainly can go and get that number.
I understand that, and I just want to, because I have somebody called me this morning and said they keep playing me on the news like I'm saying no. This is not an issue of gratitude. This is not an issue at all of whether or not I think that fire is worthy of more money. And to our chief, I want you to understand that. I appreciate all that you do. I appreciate all that our firefighters do. I appreciate your service. I appreciate the sacrifice. I am truly, truly, truly grateful. I got stuck in my elevator and you all came and got me. I appreciate you all. You all deserve a raise, absolutely. My concern is still the governance issue. And, you know, in terms of what we did 2 weeks ago when we said, look, we need to raise up people with this $40,000, get them to a livable wage, that was a matter of something that was more urgent. Right now, I understand that this is what fire was anticipating. It didn't happen. Right now, I still don't necessarily see the urgency right now to do this, although the administration feels that there is. And I'll even back that, but I need a real number and I need a real understanding of how we're going to pay for it before I can put my name on it. For anybody else and how they want to proceed, I leave it to them. I've said my piece. I don't want anybody to leave here thinking Janika White doesn't support fire, because I do. And I'm willing to figure out some other ways, some other things, but that's just where I am right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I will say this for the body. I've been here a long time. When members have to make votes, these are incredibly difficult votes. They're the reason they're here. They don't want to be in the position, and people around the government know that. I take issue with any inclination that a member trying to do what they think is in the best interest of the whole somehow is out to get any employee of the city of Memphis. And I'm just going to let that hang there. That won't sit well with me at all. With that, I think the one big thing, Chief Person, we've got a few hours and a couple phones. I'd like an understanding from our actuarials, some order of magnitude. The good news for me is I know there's a request for same night minutes. We can even have a vote, but if you want my consent, I have to have the full information. And I have, and again, this is not directed at Mayor Young whatsoever. I want to be abundantly clear about that. But over my time, I have issued a significant amount of trust and have been burned. And so I'm now in a trust but verify mode until that ceases. And so I need to see that number, because at the end of the day, my takeaway, even with MATA, was we as the body didn't do our job. And I ain't taking an L like that again. And I don't mind saying it out loud, because at the end of the day, I did everything that I could, and I know everybody else did everything that they could to try and push and move 3, 4, 5 years ago and back, right? And so I'm just going to go back to we are happy. I am happy personally to make this decision when I feel like I've got, and that is the last big one for me. one of the things that we keep kind of dancing around though is that I'm having trouble reconciling is how we can be low. We raise taxes. So we actually do have a mechanism, by the way. We raise taxes. Which we already did. We raised taxes. Now we're net. And now we're trending down in sales revenue and we're trending up in expenses and somehow have extra money. I think for me, that is where I'm like having the rub. I can get over part of that. I can extend the goodwill, but I'm not going to extend the goodwill unless I know what the actual magnitude is. If you're telling me my combo went up 2% this year, fine. If you're telling me it went up $5 and it went up 1,000%, that's a little bit of a problem. And I think that's where you and we've got to try and bridge that gap, because I don't want to sit down in March, April, May, June, July, or August and have to have another really crappy conversation. I remember, and I'm sure you do, going home, all of us, to our significant others and be like, that was a crappy day. And so it is not an against, it is a different perspective. And I think what we're trying to say is we want to find a way. I'm not sure that we have the bandwidth, but I think that number will let me know how far the Rubicon I'm willing to go for, quote, goodwill. I mean, personally, I think goodwill over 120 days is a rough argument for me in particular, after 6 years of voting for increases. But, if that's a position that I'm in, I guess those 6 years are kind of out the window. I think give me the ADC. Let's bring this back, since we've got that, to executive committee, if that's okay with the chairman. Since it's got the same 9 minutes, I know we want to move this along, if that's okay. Okay. So is there any objection, members, to bringing this back this afternoon? An executive, Chairman Canale is going to run it.
Is the expectation that we're going to have more conversations and find the 1.7 and have the information? That's what we're all at. Just the ADC.
The ADC is that big.
That's what
big
we're
number for me. Yeah.
Okay.
And overtime, I think we addressed overtime was included in the 1.7. So,
Mr. Chair, I may bring a
Councilman
resolution or two forward in executive.
Yes, sir.
To find it, we can just find it ourselves, and that's kind of what we do.
To the councilman's point, any member of this body can bring forward any proposal, and with 7 votes, as our man used to say, move City Hall to Old Germantown. So, Councilman Spinoza, thank you for raising that issue very much. I'm going to get us out of here because we're behind, and we're going to go into an attorney-client. So first things first, without objection, this is going to be moved and heard in an executive committee, which is to convene at 3 p.m. today. Just anybody out there that wants to tune back in. I'm going to take us out into recess so that members can go grab lunch. To the administration that is here, we got a lot going on today. If there's not an objection, I think we're going to end up being behind. So if you have a job to do, which I know many of you would like to go and do them instead of be here, do not come back for the first quarter updates. We're going to carve out time early in the morning, not early next time, but early enough that we can all be here so we don't get kicked by other agenda items and we can get through some of this stuff. I think would be very helpful. But I see a lot of glazed eyes and I don't think it's going to be a productive conversation. So we are in recess until 1:15, which we will come back for planning, or actually we're going to adjourn and come back for planning and zoning at 1:15, and the Memphis City Council is going to grab lunch and have an attorney-client. Last thing real quick, sorry. We have some eager beavers here from Briarcrest Christian High School here with the AP U.S. Government class. If you guys will stand up. They've been here all morning. Seniors, the future and the hope. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Today is December 2nd, 2025. Planning and Zoning Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Hayes, if you'll please call the roll.
Councilwoman Green. Councilman Dr. Warren. Councilman Canale.
Here.
Chair Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Here, thank you, Ms. Hayes. Our first item on our agenda is SUP 25-24, located at 577 Rains Road, District 6, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second? Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Ford Canale, seconded by Councilman Warren, who from the Department of Planning and Development is here to speak on this item. If you'll please give us your name and address for the record, and then you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Chloe Christian with DPD 125 North Main Street. I'll be presenting this case today. As you mentioned, it's case number SUP 2025-024. The applicant is Damian Wallace with Bright Star Learning Academy, but he's represented today by Ms. Patrice Williams, and this is in District 6 at 577 East Rains Road to allow a child care center. Here's a land use map of the property. Oh, sorry. So here's a land use map of the property. It is surrounded by a mix of uses, including single family, some institutional and office uses are also near the property. It's currently listed as an office use as well. And the vicinity map is on the left-hand side. We mailed out public notices in August and did not receive any letters of opposition for this one. Here's some Google Street View photos of this site. As you can see, it has been previously used as a dentist office here. This is the site plan submitted by the applicant. There are no proposed changes to the square footage or footprint of the building at all. You can see in the southwestern corner the proposed playground area. Here's an updated plan that we requested from the applicant showing the required landscaping buffer, which is going to be on the property lines that abut residential uses. As far as the comprehensive land planning goes, this proposal was found to be consistent with the 3.0 future land use plan. And so in conclusion, we determined that the child care center is an appropriate use for the subject property with the condition that a Class 2 landscape buffer is provided. Given that this is an area that is surrounded by a mix of uses, we do think that it can support a child care use. So this proposal was recommended for approval by DPD and Land Use Control Board with this one condition, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, we see the applicant is here. Would you give us your name and address for the record?
Hi, Patrice Williams, representing Damian Wallace. Home address or the business address?
The business.
577 East Rains, Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay, is there anything you'd like to share about the business?
The Damian Wallace has been in the child care industry for over 20 years. He has a center in Illinois, South Haven, and now he's venturing out into Tennessee. And he has a master's in early childhood, so he's been in this field for a long time. And once he opened his facility, I'm sure it's going to be open for an extensive amount of time where he'll be able to hire people from the community as well as provide quality child care to the children in the community.
Okay. All right, Councilman Ford, you're recognized.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say the address is wrong. I think it's 577, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, y'all got 77 on our sheet, so that might help out where it's going to be. Yeah, it's 577. Yeah, okay.
That's what I have on mine.
All right. But child care?
Correct.
You gonna take care of these children?
I am with quality care, yes.
Yeah, because if you don't, we're gonna pass by there. You got all us gonna make sure.
I don't want to be on the news.
There you go. Okay, I'm good. Okay.
Well, Councilman Ford cleared up. We were back there and I was listening to the address, and that's where we are. So how long have you been in the care? I didn't hear that.
For 20 years. We started in Illinois. We have 2 centers there, one in South Haven and one hopefully in Tennessee.
All right, and ages, what?
This particular facility would be for ages 6 weeks to 5 years of age. Yes, we use a high scope curriculum. Yeah, it's called a high scope curriculum. It's nationally recognized high scope.
And this probably got, maybe you can answer, maybe not. From your 20 years of experience that you've been in child care, your success rate with these children?
I literally just had a young lady, 18 years of age, used to come to my center when she was 5 and ask for a job. So yes, so I have employed some of the parents, some of the children. One of our facility goes to age 13. So there are a lot of those children are with us from 6 weeks all the way up to 13 years of age. And all of our facility also have a family engagement program. So not only do we just take care of the children, we involve the parents on a monthly basis for different activities.
What is your reading curriculum? Do you know the status of what our reading curriculum looks like here? What our numbers look like as far as reading?
I don't know the Tennessee stats, so forgive me. But however, we do just follow the national child care program as far as reading. And one of the things that we do in our facility is ROT, ABCs, sight words. It's a literacy ready facility. So when you walk in, the children are constantly seeing the words, and when they sit down at the table, the word table is there. When they turn on a light switch is there. So it's a rich reprint environment.
So what I would like for you to do, I'm going to be in agreement, but let's go look at our numbers.
Okay.
And our children here, and our kindergarten program that they've started, because the numbers are very sad. We just don't need another daycare, babysitting.
I totally agree. Yes.
We're not looking for that. We need our children to get up to the point. And from Chicago, for 20 years, from your experience, I really need you to look at that. Find out what our numbers are, what our literacy numbers look out, and gear your program to what we need our babies to look like when they leave your daycare at 5 years old.
Totally agree. Totally agree.
I would love to see.
Yes.
No, not being mean, but being real.
Oh no, totally agree.
Because this is the generation, this is where I live, and we need to see our babies progress.
Yes.
And reading is the number one thing
Yes.
that we are struggling here with, and would love to see you put a different spin in it from Chicago.
Yes, definitely not babysitting. I myself have a master's in early childhood as well as accounting, and my son has a master's in early childhood. So we're definitely serious about this field.
Thank you.
All right.
You're the floor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Green, you're recognized.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to thank you for being in this business. As you likely know, Memphis is a child care desert, and that keeps especially women out of the workforce. And we know that most people who live in poverty here in Memphis are single mothers and children. And so you're helping us all, lift our community out of that. The one request I have of you and what I think is important in quality childcare is that you pay your workers a livable wage. This has nothing to do with zoning, but for us to have quality care for our children, we have to make sure that the workers have livable wages
Totally
as
agree.
well.
Totally agree.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
All right, with that being said, we'll take it to a vote. Those in favor say aye. Any opposed, nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 2 is PD 24-14. It's located at 7913 Dexter Road, District 2, Super District 9. Can I get a motion in a second?
25. Second.
Which one? This one? Is that right?
PD 25, 24, 14,
25.
14.
Yeah. It's just 25, not 24.
Okay. PD 25-14. All right, can I get a motion in a second?
Move it. Second.
Moved by Chairman Ford Canale, second by Councilman Dr. Warren. It's been moved and properly second. Who from Department of Planning and Development is here to discuss it? Please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Nabhanita Nira with DPD 125 North Main, presenting the case PD 2025-014. The applicant is requesting a 28-lot residential development located at 7913 Dexter Road. On your screen are the location map and vicinity map. The subject property is zoned CEA, Conservation Agriculture, and currently vacant. These are the photos of the property. Just to provide a background, in 2021, the Land Use Control Board approved a major modification application correspondence to the commons at Dexter Lake PD to allow 28-lot single-family residential on this subject property. It was later determined that the subject parcel was not included in the PD boundaries, and therefore the case is seeking to complete the approval process. This is the proposed outline plan that includes 28-lot minimum of 6,000 square feet and a common open space reserved for detention or private sewer and one access street from Dexter Road. The proposal is consistent with the goals of the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan. In conclusion, the proposed plan development is in alignment with the intent of the UDC, as it will allow creative and coordinated land use development. Also, it is consistent with Memphis 3.0 general plan. DPD and Land Use Control Board recommended approval with outline plan condition. This is the end of staff's presentation. Happy to answer any question.
Councilwoman Green, you're recognized this time.
Thank you. As this is in my district, we're excited to see development. I have a couple of questions for the applicant. What size houses are we looking at putting on these lots?
David Bray with the Bray Firm, 2950 Stage Plaza North. I don't know the size of the houses. The applicants have indicated in the 350 range for the price of them.
300. That was my second question. 300. Do you have an idea of bedrooms or anything?
Probably 3 minimum. There may be some 4.
Yeah. As this isn't consistent with 3.0, and you know, again, one of the things that we suffer from here in Memphis is a lack of quality, affordable housing. We have a lot of affordable housing, it's just not all quality. I'm excited to see new development, and you know, I'm excited to see it be in line with the land use outline. So I'll be in support of this item in District 2. Thank you, Chair.
All right, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Our third item, we're moving to item number 6, which is SUP 25-27. It's located at 1032 Hale Road, District 6, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second? It's been moved by Chairman Ford, seconded by, who was the second by? Councilwoman Green. All right, who from the administration is here to discuss this item? Give us your name and address for the record.
Nabanita Nira with DPD 125 North Main, presenting the case SUP 2025-027. The request is to allow a child care center at 1032 Hale Road. These are the location map and vicinity map. On your screen is the zoning map and land use map. The subject property is located in R10 zoning district, surrounded by single-family residential and vacant lot. These are the site photos. In 1997 and 2002, 2 PD was approved to allow a child care center on this property. Although a child care center operated during this period, neither PD was finalized through the recording of a plat, and both approval expired. Also, the existing structure previously held a certificate of occupancy for a child care center with a capacity of 30 children, which is the same capacity proposed for reopening.
Did you say 30 children?
Yes.
Is that house?
30.
Okay. Okay.
license for 6 weeks.
Name and address for the record, please.
It's larger than it looks.
Yes. What's the square footage again?
Did she give her name and address?
No.
Brianna Freeman, 1032 Hill Road.
Thank you.
I'll wait with my other question.
This is the site plan. The site has a circular driveway for drop-off and pickup, fence, playground. The applicant is proposing to have ADA accessible ramp. The proposal is consistent with the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan. In conclusion, the site is suitable for a childcare center as it was previously used as a childcare center with fenced playground, circular driveway, and ADA accessible ramp. DPD and Land Use Control Board recommended approval with conditions. The conditions are on your screen. This is the end of staff presentation.
Councilman Ford, did you have any questions?
Well, yeah. 30 children. How many do you think you're gonna have? I said up to 30 children. Is it gonna be enough room in there? Look like the lot is bigger than the house. And now it was a daycare, right? Okay. How many, can you go back and tell me how many was in there before it closed?
So it was for 30 children.
It was for 30 children. Is that why they closed? And you want to reopen?
May I introduce myself? I'm the representative and I kind of know the history.
Okay. Give me
Evelyn Royston, 2809 Kirby Parkway.
Okay.
And to answer your question, this is an existing daycare use. It's been been continuous there for over 20 years. The capacity, DHS has already came out. We've already had the state fire marshal out, and they've already determined the capacity at 30.
Okay. But y'all trying to open it. It was already closed, right?
It closed. It's only changing tenants.
Yeah.
The previous tenant actually had a use in occupancy, and that's basically what we're doing, changing occupancy. We are not even required to go before the state and submit plans because it's just changing occupancy.
Okay, so it never closed, right?
Not really. It hadn't been over the expired
really.
time. 6 months. It's required to be closed over 6 years, and then you have to reapply.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry, over a year, and then you have to reapply.
Okay. Did you want to say something?
Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. I was just going to say that one of the things, they had an approved PD for this site that actually was never recorded, and so it just expired. So they have had the approval for this property and up to 30. And again, the state has approved that. And I will say that there are some instances that we look at that if an applicant's asking for a number of kids, if the site can't really support it, this site is large, it has a circular drive, so we will, a lot of times try to restrict that, but we felt like if the state is good with this house, the site can support that, and so that's why we, and it has been operated in that manner, so.
I appreciate it, but 30 kids, a lot of children. I'm looking at that, okay? Yeah, I'm not worried about what the state say. State don't like us anyway. But, I mean, it's West Tennessee. So they may say anything. But if it was operating up to that, I'm good with it. Okay, but we're gonna keep a check on you, okay? Yeah. We're gonna keep a check on you. Okay, we good. I'm good.
Councilwoman Walker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had the same question, maybe from a different angle. So I was wanting to know first, what was the square footage of the property?
We have it.
Are you referring it to me or?
Whoever can answer the question.
We have it listed as 1,360 square feet.
Okay, and then per the law,
DHS and the state mandates the per square feet per the square feet per child, and so that's how they determine the 30 capacity.
what is the square footage per child?
It depends on the age. Infants is 55 per square feet, children 35 per square feet.
Okay, just repeat that for me.
35 square feet per child. For children, infants is 50 per square feet.
Okay, so have you done your calculations, I guess, based on the 50 to
That
make
is
sure
what
you're
DHS
covered?
and the state does. They make that determination based on aisle space, furniture. They factor all of that in. Being able ingress, egress, all of that is determined for them to come up with the capacity.
Okay, so based on those calculations, you do have enough space.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that, Councilman Warren. And I just want to take a point of personal privilege. This property is off of the world-famous Elvis Presley Boulevard, and Mr. Hale was one of the original homesteaders in the area. The street was named after him in the 1800s, and he had a mercantile store at Elvis Presley and Shelby Drive, but he, along with Colonel White, and that's where Whitehaven came from, and McCorkle, they were the original homesteaders in that area, and I just wanted to share that. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Let me ask one question. How far is it from Al Green's church? I know it's on the same street. How far?
Well, I don't know your reason for asking, but we
I'll
managed
put it this way.
the
How far is it from the school and Al Green's church, which end?
right.
That's
I
ended
figured
at
that's where
certain
you were
places.
going. We are
Yeah.
within the required distance that they required, the 300, 300 feet radius of another daycare center, or so we met that requirement already. And we also had to go before a board of adjustment, which we got approved for that as well.
Well,
Can I?
go ahead. I didn't want to say nothing about board of adjustment. They put people everywhere. 'Cause like we got a gas station on 3rd Street. Went to the board of adjustments. Okay, they should not have been there. Okay, so yeah, I'm glad it come through. Yeah, it's a little bit different. Go ahead.
So with respect to the proximity to Al Green's church, it's just west, their property is just west of Elvis Presley. You're gonna go west to the first cross street, that's Auburn.
Auburn, yeah.
You're gonna cross Auburn, and then when you get down almost to the next corner, McCorkle, that's where Al Green's church is.
Right.
So his church is all the way down in the second block,
Okay. Okay.
by the railroad track.
We're actually closer to Boulevard Church of Christ, which is at the
Boulevard,
corner of
yeah, okay,
Elvis
right there.
Presley and Hale. And we meet the criteria for there as well.
Okay.
I would also, if you all don't mind, the owner here of the daycare is here. I would like for her to introduce herself and just kind of brief you on her curriculum and her background, if you don't mind.
Just one moment. Councilwoman Green, you're recognized.
Well, that was going to be my first question, was because I think you probably were in here and heard us talking about earlier that there should be quality childcare here. So I had questions around your curriculum and your staff. I think we're all a little uneasy about the idea of 30 kids and 1,300 square feet. It seems like a lot. So maybe your current enrollment or what you have planned, that would be good. But curriculum, background, and your staff.
Give us your name and address, then you may proceed.
I'm Brianna Freeman again, 1032 Hill Road. My background, I have an undergraduate in elementary education. I have a master's in curriculum and instruction. So I've been teaching for the last 9 years. I'm a kindergarten teacher. I taught first grade as well. So I really know those numbers that one young lady, I didn't catch her name, she asked about. So that's very important to me. So my background is I I've taught up to 28 kindergartners, no help, no teacher aid. I had 6% of my students coming in not knowing letters, letter sounds, anything. 80% of my class left reading on grade level, on or above grade level. So this is something that's near to me, true to me. I have a passion for it. I've always wanted to create my own. My mom was a director of a daycare, so I grew up in daycare. And this is something that I've always been passionate about. So the curriculum that I'm looking at now, we haven't purchased it, is Journeys. And I like Journeys because I've taught it for the last 9 years. I'm very comfortable with it. I know that it teaches phonemic awareness. Everything is labeled. I start from infant all the way up until 10 years old. So they're going to come in learning, even at 6 weeks old. So it's all about education.
So are you planning to be the only staffer?
No. So my mom, who also was a director of a daycare, she's going to come in as well. And I have a line sister who also education background is education. She's also going to be working with me as well.
And I guess at this time you don't have any enrollment?
Not yet, no ma'am.
I think that answers my questions. We take our jobs really seriously up here, and there's two things that we really can control. There's a lot of things we can request. We can control the budget and we can control zoning. So this is one of the most important things that we do up here. And as I mentioned earlier, Memphis being in a child care desert, we want to encourage childcare, quality childcare opening. But I think all of us feel a smidge uneasy, or at least I'll speak for myself, a smidge uneasy about this location with that many children. So as you proceed in your enrollment, I would say focus more on the quality care that you give to the children than the numbers of children that you serve. That would be my advice. Thank you, Chair.
I want to ask one question. You said what age?
Up to 10 years old. So we were looking into after-school program.
Good enough. I want to ask you one question. Will you do that? Are you going to teach these children cursive writing?
Absolutely. We bringing it back. Absolutely.
You know, I'm asking that question because, you know, it's bad when you tell a child in city public schools, go out east to some of them other schools, they teach cursive writing. But in our schools, they do not. Okay? But when you ask somebody to sign their name, they can't hardly print it, and they don't know what signing means. So if you're going to do that, if you do that, I'm good to go.
With that being said, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed, nay? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Congratulations. Thank you so much. We're now ready to move to item number 4, which is actually 3 on your agenda, SUP 25-32, located at 5133 Park Avenue, District 2, Super District 9. Can I get a motion and a second? It's been moved by Chairman Ford Canale, seconded by Councilman Edmund Ford Sr., who from the Department of Planning and Zoning is here to speak on this item. Please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Good afternoon. This is Masana Stotnia with DPD 125 North Main Street. This is SUP 2025-032. It's within District 2. The applicant is requesting to expand the existing CS store with this gas station. This is the location map and also the vicinity map. The zoning is CMU1 and the land use is a mixture of residential and commercial. Here are a few pictures of the site. The applicant is proposing to demolish the current car wash that you can see in the second picture on the left side, and also demolishing the convenience store, which has been like a vending machine, and they would like to expand it as a store. Here are a few other pictures of the site. So this is the site, the concept plan that the applicant has submitted to us. This CS store and convenience store has been on this site since 1972, and the convenience store building was built in 2003. the applicant also had to file a BOA case with us because the architectural design did not meet the requirements that the UDC was mentioning, and it was approved in September 24, 2025. And since this is in CMU 1 zoning district, the applicant needed to apply for this special use permit. Since we had updated the UDC since January 21, that any expansion or changes to the current use and also the structure would require for a special use permit. Memphis 3.0 thinks that this is a compatible use with the future land use map. Both DPD and also Land Use Control Board recommended approval with conditions. Here is a list of conditions. It's mostly related to the curb cuts and screening, dumpster location, screening, transparency for the building, and lastly, submitting a site plan for a final review with the Division of Planning and Development. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Councilwoman Green, you're recognized at this time.
Thank you. I know exactly where this is in my district, and I have never used that drive-up store. I've always thought it was so strange. I have definitely used the gas station. I'm generally not in support of adding more gases, but we already have the pumps there, people. This is just adding a store that we can walk into that may generate more revenue, because I might come in and actually buy something instead of punching into machines. So I'm in full support of this item in my district. Thank you.
Thank you. With that being said, let's take it to a vote. Those in favor say aye. Any opposed, nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we still holding item number 5?
Yes, the applicant is not present, so we will hold that.
Okay. Item number 6 is actually item number 4 on the agenda, which is PD 25-02, located at 3021 East Shelby Drive, District 3, Super District 8. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Chairman J. Ford Canale, seconded by Councilman Dr. Warren, who from the Department of Planning and Development is here to speak on this item. Please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Alexis Longstreet with the Division of Planning and Development, 125 North Main Street, Suite 468. I will be giving you all a presentation on PD 2025-002, located at 3021 East Shelby Drive. This is a request for an amendment to the existing plan development to add additional land for storage, and the applicants are present. This property is located in the Oak Haven Parkway neighborhood. 22 notices were mailed out on March 21st, 2025. There were no letters of opposition submitted at the time of completion of the staff report. This property does have a zoning designation of residential single family 8 with a vacant land use designation. It is surrounded by industrial, institutional, and office and residential land use designations. These are some current, well, let me update that. These were current at the time of the original staff report back in July of this year, so July 2025. This is the state of the property during that time. And these are the recent conditions as of possibly this week of the subject property. If you all can tell here, the applicant has installed fencing along Shelby Drive, and then also a little interior to the site as well. The chain link fencing that you all see here in these photos still exists. They have just been placed directly behind the wooden fence. This is the concept plan in which was originally proposed to staff. Staff did recommend rejection before Land Use Control Board. The applicant is proposing to use the additional area for material storage, and as well as to allow vehicle storage within the rear southern portion of the lot. It's approximately about 25.25 acres being proposed to be added for the strict use of vehicle storage and outdoor vehicle storage as well. As you all can, well, I put it here in the concept plans, but if I zoom in here on the site plan, you all can see that there are a total of, which would then be a total of 5 curb cuts along Shelby Drive. There's 2 that already exist serving the main operation of the office here, and the applicants, I don't think you all can see my cursor, and the applicants are proposing 2 additional exit-only curb cuts to be placed in between the abutting property directly east and the existing curb cuts that are west. This is the staff concept plan that was proposed. As I mentioned earlier, staff did recommend rejection, but of course with additional conditions outside of the outline plan conditions proposed by the applicant. We did propose, and I put an excerpt of the analysis here, that the revised concept plan proposed by staff will relocate the entrance and turnaround that's being proposed here in the original site plan further into the property to alleviate a lot of the operation being along Shelby Drive in compliance with the Memphis 3.0 plan for this area. And so, as you all can see here, we do have 2 conditions. The landfill is also a portion of this property. And so one of the major conditions outside of giving some type of documentation stating that they were allowed to use this area and that studies had been conducted was that no additional permits shall be issued until the existing construction of the vehicle storage facilities be permitted, inspected, and approved by code enforcement. And I will go back to the photos here. I'm not too sure if you can see closely, but in the rear of the property, those containers there serve as stalls for the proposed vehicle storage, in which people will be able to back into to allow to be a barrier to say like, hey, you've backed up far enough in that manner. And if you see here in the concept plan, there are a total of 4 storage areas. And so that is, within those 4, there's, I would say, believe a total of 8 rows of containers to serve as stalls. The outline plan conditions in which you all see here were the outline plan conditions in which staff included and added our revisions to. So we, in the proposed area C, we did limit the zoning to CMU2, in which the applicant is proposing EMP zoning district 2, which is there currently, but is to remain for the entire site. And so this is the applicant revised concept plan from what staff proposed. This is the most recent here, and I tried to blow this up as much as possible in this orange box that you all see, in which it shows their plan for the 40-foot wide concrete drive for the one of the existing curb cuts that don't currently serve the office use. Here would be a turnaround, and then there's 2 exit-only curb cuts being proposed to exit onto Shelby Drive. And this was one of the things that staff wanted to work with the applicant on as well, in terms of eradicating and alleviating that stress, and as well as that heavy EMP operation or possibility that it may be pushed up closer to Shelby Drive. This proposal was deemed inconsistent with the Memphis 3.0 plan in terms of being inconsistent with the Oak Haven and Parkway Village area. It also failed at Land Use Control Board 1 to 7, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Councilwoman Walker, you're recognized at this time.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who's here. Colleagues, I need your help with this one. I need your help with this one. This is, well, let me go back to you, young lady. In your description, can you read again what you said was around the property?
The different land use types?
Yes.
So it's a mix between vacant as well as some industrial institutional. I will add into adjacent land use the property not exactly directly east, but a couple parcels down was actually the drop yard that you all saw before you that was rejected. that was the drop yard with the idle area, the lodging station, all of those things. And that was our biggest thing that we're also trying to alleviate here is the creation of a drop yard or a drop lot by any definition.
Okay, thank you for that. And I was going to get to that, but can you read what you shared earlier?
The land use map
about the different things located around the property.
So the vacant land use designation, institutional and industrial with residential directly north.
Okay, well, I'll just do it like this. So, and thank you for sharing that. So, colleagues, you all supported me earlier when there was a drop yard attempting to locate just a few parcels from this location. Across the street, we have the Tennessee drivers testing station, a church, and then on the other side of it, a trailer park. And so there is residential right across the street, not directly in front, but right across the street. One of my concerns is, yes, the traffic, two, the emissions, and then also I don't want to make this personal, but someone with this project at a Memphis 3.0 meeting said that they were going to build a police substation to address crime. Citizens do not build police substations, do they?
They can have buildings that will have, that can allow access.
Okay, I'm getting to that, but that's not the same thing. A police substation, so if you have a property or a business and you want MPD to stop by and do paperwork, you're opening your doors to them, that's what you're referencing. And I'm clear on that, but that is not the same as a police substation. So my concern is, why is this being used as a selling point? Because citizens cannot build police substations. That's one concern. And then the job creation, how many jobs is this going to create?
Cindy Reeves, SR Consulting. Cindy Reeves, SR Consulting, 5909 Shelby Oaks Drive, Suite 200. Exactly how many jobs? Right now, there's approximately 10 employees, and they're looking to grow.
So there's no number of how many jobs will be created if this is approved?
No, ma'am. And it's not a police substation. We did amend the conditions that were just handed out to you, and we are now calling, as after we met with you, it is just a
but even you yourself told me police substation.
Yes, ma'am, but we changed it after we met with you to be a proposed designated space for law enforcement upon approval, not a substation.
Yeah, upon approval. So that's not guaranteed. So I wish you would just take that out of the equation, because that is a process.
Yes, we will be glad to take
for MPD to agree to come and post up. Yeah, I would have. Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely, thank you very much.
You're welcome. So going back, so the traffic, what can be done? Because if these vehicles are heading east on Shelby Drive and they cross Sweeney and the light is already green, they're going to be at a certain speed. And then if you have vehicles slowing down to access this property, I'm concerned about that from a traffic standpoint. And then also, how many vehicles are you all expecting to accommodate? Because there's going to be increased emissions for the area.
The queuing for the entry will be able to hold six tractor trailers, if there are 6 tractor trailers. There's not just tractor trailer parking that's going to go here. It's all types of parking. If you've got an RV that you cannot park in your neighborhood, then you can park your RV here. You can park contractors' equipment here. You can park RVs, buses, campers, boats, anything that you want to park there as far as outdoor storage, that you cannot park at your home. So it's open not just to tractor trailers, it's open to everything. It's all outdoor storage.
But some of those other vehicles that you mentioned will also have emissions upon being driven to that location, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I know the boats will be hauled, but.
Yes, ma'am. But we feel that most of the people that will be in that area will already be living in that area. They'll already be served in that area. We feel that it will come from people around the Aerotropolis area, the airport area. And you cannot park the contractor's equipment or RVs or boats or any of that in your neighborhood. The Unified Development Code doesn't allow you to keep your RVs out in your driveway or in front of your home. You have to store them somewhere else.
But in certain neighborhoods where certain people live, that's not policed. That's not policed. And so that type of parking does exist throughout residential neighborhoods in that area.
I do believe that code enforcement has cracked down on that, and that they are citing people whenever they do have an illegal parking as far as that's concerned. And then they tell you to move them.
And how would you address the traffic?
We're going to be required to do a traffic generation report through city engineering, and city engineering will also control the traffic. If a XL decel lane needs to be, or a decel lane needs to be improved on Shelby Drive, then that's what city engineering will require, and we will meet whatever requirements the city engineering requires us to do.
So we did discuss that. So can we get that report first? Can I postpone this until we get the report from traffic engineering? Can we do that, Madam Chair?
You probably can have it by the time we go downstairs. It won't take him long to get that report.
Okay.
Oh, no, that will take some time. We've got to get a traffic engineer to do that.
Wait just a moment. Let me go to
It also
Councilman
has to
Warren.
go through the final plan process, and that will also go through city engineering.
Oh. Just 1 second. Dr. Warren, you recognize, what question did you have?
I just was wondering about security. The places that I've stored vehicles and stuff like that in Midtown, they're just stolen off the lot routinely and stuff like that. I'm just wondering, what does this storage facility have? Are they going to have 24-hour security on the site? Because otherwise, you're just sort of inviting people into the neighborhood to break into stuff. Or how they're going to handle that.
There will be security cameras that will be patrolling it, and the Shelby Railroad business is also next door. They don't have these type issues of theft, and we feel that the same security that they have at their existing site next door, that they'll be able to patrol quite a bit of any kind of activities that are not supposed to be there. It's a minimum of 30 days, and there is a lease agreement that they enter into, and they have rules and regulations that they have to abide by. They cannot park there and start working on their vehicle or working on their boat or RV or whatever they have parked there. They can't. It's not for them to be. They park it and then they leave, and that's part of the lease agreement.
We also have to keep in mind is that we have said that we wanted a commercial place for people to park, and now we have one. So we have to take that into consideration as well. I know even in my own community, I report them to code enforcement when I see those trucks. It's very annoying. Yes.
And the landfill is directly to the south, the Shelby County landfill. And this was also a part of that landfill area back whenever the landfill was originally done in the 50s and 60s. And the owners also working with the county trying to help with closing that landfill that they're trying to close out their TDAC permits. And the 3.0 plan zoning this residential, they did determine that residential's not going to be able to go on the landfill. So this is not a residential area. You've got the airport, you've got the Air National Guard, you've got the hydraulic business immediately to the east, and then your landfill. And I know that we do have the driver's testing center in the church and the mobile home park, but the visibility inside of this site is not going to be visible. You won't be able to see what all is in there, which will not invite anyone to want to come and take anything off of that land, off of the property. And they're going to be patrolling the property so that it will be a safe place to go, which is how they'll continue to keep their tenants, because it will be, they do plan on this to be a safe place.
Is the wood fencing around the entire property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Okay, Councilman Walker, you had another question?
So the vehicles that will actually be driven to this location, how many spaces do you have for those?
Yeah. Alexis, don't you have that number?
Give us one moment. I don't believe that.
Potentially 577 spaces.
So that's 577.
And it's 25 acres.
577 vehicles
Over 25
that can
acres.
be driven.
Over 25 acres. And they're not all vehicles. Contractors' equipment could also
Okay,
go
so
there.
so the question was vehicles that will be driven there. How many?
577
Okay.
to get the equipment there. Drive in, drop it off.
Okay.
And those vehicles are releasing emissions. They are.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you just stated a moment ago that there is no residential. So when you leave his property and you make a right on Shelby Drive and you get up to the light, what's on both sides of Shelby Drive?
There's commercial, and then
After the corners
after the corners is residential to the east.
and the west. And the west.
The airport's to the west.
When you make a right out of their lot and you go up to Chulahoma
Yes, ma'am.
and you cross Chulahoma, what's on both sides of the street?
On the north and south side is residential.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield the floor.
All right, is that everybody? Okay. Those in favor say aye. Aye, I'm an aye. Any opposed? Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. This will go down with a favorable recommendation. If there's no other business, this ends the planning and zoning meeting. Thank you.
I'd like to call the Transportation Committee to order. Call the roll, please.
Thank you. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren. Chair Ford Senior.
Present. Okay, we have one item, and that's an update from Matter. All council districts requested by yours truly. Okay. We're behind what I'm gonna end up doing. Attorney, I'm gonna turn it over to you. That's where you can go over everything, all right? And we're gonna try to do it within about less than 10 minutes. I can do that. Okay, we all good. The floor is yours.
Myself, along with trustee Person, we'd like to provide the council with an update after our first 90 days have been completed. Beginning of September, we were both. My name is Roderick Holmes. Address is 7860 Chapel Ridge Drive, Cordova, Tennessee.
Walter Person, CFO, 125 North Main, acting as fiscal trustee for MATA.
Councilman Ford, since our appointment, we've been focused on stabilizing the agency, strengthening internal controls, and rebuilding trust with the community. Over the last 90 days, we've seen real progress. We're encouraged by the positive momentum that we've seen. We've prepared a brief presentation for you all that'll cover the topics that you see above. We'll start with the first one, something that's certainly at the forefront of everyone's mind, and that is free fare. In the first 2 weeks of free fare, it has been extremely successful. We believe that it has highlighted a need in our community for additional transit opportunities, and we've seen what we believe is a significant increase in ridership. We can go to the next slide, please. Overall, our ridership is up 18%, and that is across all routes. We see improvement. This correlates to approximately 3,000 to 4,000 additional riders each day. Next slide, please. The slide in front of you shows our ridership on our most popular routes, the top 5, as well as our lowest frequented routes. And you can see significant increase in each of those routes. 50, which is the popular route, is up 53%, and we have almost 7,000 people that have used that service. Similar numbers or percentage increases are also through the other routes that are in our top 5, with the highest increase being 72% on the 52nd route. Next slide, please. One of the things that's certainly always at the forefront of our minds is safety of our passengers and our operators. Over the last 75 days, as compared to the same time period between June 19th and September 1, and then the next 75, we've seen a 50% decrease in incidents. This is associated with targeting certain areas where our safety officers are being deployed, additional de-escalation training that's being done by our safety and security team, and quite frankly, better communications and relationships and support from external groups. So we're very proud of this, as it shows that our system is getting safer. On the vein of safety, one of the things that we've really tried to do is increase the number of shelters and signage that has been placed. To do that, we developed an internal task force that meets bi-weekly, and through their progress and hard work, we've been able to create a plan. If you go to the next slide. Next slide, please. That shows the shelters that we have already installed throughout the system and the shelters that are to come over the next 45 days. These shelters have been strategically placed in the areas with our heaviest ridership. And then we have an additional set of shelters that we will start in Q2 that will also be placed in our next 10 or 20 spaces for ridership. Next slide. We also have additional signage that we have placed. Again, with safety being our #1 priority, we want to make sure that riders know exactly where to catch the buses. The signage has been added. To date, we've replaced approximately 12, and we have another 18 that are slated to happen over the next 45 days. Next slide, please. One of the ways that we determined where we would put the signage and the bus shelters were by working with our community partners. Over the last 90 days, we have met with each of our community partners, including Disability Connection Mid-South, the Riders Union, and other local partners to determine what their needs are and how we can best serve them. Through those conversations, we've obviously installed additional shelters. We also brought back printed bus schedules, which is something that is very helpful for individuals throughout our system. Next slide. In addition to providing shelters and safety issues, we also want to make sure that we are giving back to the community and that we are maximizing those efforts. In order to do that, we want to make sure that we're taking every opportunity to serve our constituents, our client base. So we are starting a community partnership with the Memphis Public Libraries. This is something that we're working on with Mayor Young and his team, where we are going to do a program called Route to Read. The first day will be December 11th, where we are going to provide a reading program for the children who are waiting at the station for transit. We think this will be a great program to show the community our investment in them and to certainly bring back something that's really quality in our Memphis Public Libraries. Next slide. So those are many of the things that we've done on the outside, but internally we knew we also needed to improve. So what we've done is really focus on additional training for our employees, and that's everything from customer service to safety to the operation of the buses. We've done that by creating focused safety classroom and training programs and customer service programs. Those programs are required for all of our employees now, and we've seen a significant increase in customer satisfaction, and we've seen a significant decrease in complaints. We recognize that we still have a long way to go, but we are certainly progressing in the right direction when it comes to customer experience. Next slide. In that same vein, we recognize that we need to increase our pipeline of employees. One of the things we've done is that we've partnered with the ATU, or the Operators Union, in order to create a mentorship and apprenticeship program. We welcomed our first class to that approximately a week ago. We see that as being a way to strengthen our pipeline and to ensure that we have quality employees as we proceed into the future. Next slide, please. One issue is obviously that we needed to hire additional employees, but we also need to make sure that they have the assets and the tools to service the public. So we've had a heavy focus on procuring buses. We are currently in the process of procuring additional buses to work in our fleet. We think that this will obviously improve on-time performance and allow us to service a larger percentage of the population. As I mentioned earlier, we've seen an 18% increase in ridership, and we believe that by procuring these additional buses, we'll be able to service those individuals more reliably and more efficiently. Next one. We don't want to simply buy new buses. We want to make sure that we're managing the assets that we currently have. So we have buses now, many of them that simply need maintenance. So we've allocated funds to provide maintenance, support, and much needed work on some of our buses. We've allocated 15 of those, or identified 15 that should be placed into service over the next 30 days. We think, again, this will provide additional on-time performance and allow us to stabilize our fleet. One of the things that we want to touch, kind of wrapping this up, is our budget. For the last 90 days, we endeavored to create a budget. Historically, MATA did not have a budget that was departmental. That is something that we thought would be important and would allow us to create better or greater financial and fiscal controls. Over that time period, we have been able to reduce our budget gap from $16.5 million to $4 million. We consider that to be a considerable savings, but it is also a recognition that we will likely have a $4 million gap. Factors that impact that are obviously we get $27 million from the FTA yearly. On-time payment of that money may or may not create a larger gap over the next 6 months. But we are aiming to hit that $4 million mark, and we are reasonably certain that we can get there, assuming all of the fiscal controls are put in place and we don't have any delays from the money we're receiving from the FTA. But it's certainly a significant decrease year to year. Next slide, please. When we look at the revenue that we have projected for FY26, it's approximately $66 million. As you can see from the slide, approximately $32 million of that comes from the city and 27 from the federal government, $5.6 million from the state. But our target, again, going back to that $4 million gap, is approximately $70 million that we are estimating we will have to spend to safely run the transit system. And we believe with the fiscal controls that we put into place, we can hit that target, assuming that those risks that I mentioned earlier don't come into place. Next slide. I've talked a lot about the savings that we've had, and that savings is listed here on how we actually got there. We've worked really hard to streamline our workforce. We've reorganized, realigned our organization to ensure that we're operating efficiently. We've also done things like reduced PTO, negotiated better deals with vendors. All of those things have allowed us to realize the savings, moving from $16.5 million gap to $4 million. Next slide, please. Within reducing the overall debt for the entity, my team has done a really good job through negotiating and otherwise being fiscally responsible to ensure that we've reduced our adjusted debt from $8.7 million to $2.6, which is approximately a 70% decrease over the last 90 days. Next slide, please. Ultimately, our goal is over the next 90 days to ensure that we continue stabilizing the entity, stabilizing MATA, ensure that we continue to work with our customer service team to improve service to our passengers, and that we work really hard to bring additional assets on that allow us to make the buses be on time, more on time, and further stabilize our system. That is my update for the first 90 days. Thank you.
We appreciate you so much, Attorney Holmes. When would you like to do another update? I know next year.
I think next year makes a lot of sense. We should look at during the first quarter.
Okay, good. We wanted to just present this where the public would know what was going on. And we just appreciate you for all the hard work you've done and your crew, everything. And I look forward for another update coming up year and keep on putting all these things in place for the people that ride buses. Okay?
Thank you, Councilman.
We still got the fares free.
The fares are still free, and the public is certainly taking advantage of that, and it just simply shows the need. You know, one thing I didn't say is that we've increased on-time performance. Prior to August, the average bus could be anywhere from 2 to 3 hours late. We've gotten that down to 45 minutes an hour, and that's simply through our employees putting in the time and the effort to serve the community. So I want to definitely make sure that we point that out.
Appreciate you. All right.
Thank you, Councilman.
And
Good afternoon. Welcome to the December 2nd meeting of Executive. Ms. Hyman, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Carlisle. Here. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford Sr. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Walker. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilman White. And Chairman Canale.
Here. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have two items on our agenda. Discussion of the 2026 council meeting dates, all council districts, requested by Chair-elect Swearingen Washington and Vice Chair-elect Carlisle. Please look at the dates and provide any feedback. Madam Vice Chair or Councilman Carlisle, do you have anything to say about this? Any amendments, dates, suggestions?
I don't know why we are being singled out for dates.
Well,
right.
Those are the.
Yep. February 17th.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, that's Mardi Gras.
Oh. Gotcha.
I did, no, sir.
Okay. Councilman Ford Sr. has wished to change one in February. Colleagues, any other changes?
Yep. That's the 17th.
No, sir. I fully expect that, Dr. Warren.
Yeah. The Mardi Gras is in Mobile, Alabama, and I invite everybody down to Mardi Gras on that date. Since we won't have council meeting, I will be able to have a bus for all of y'all to go to council, because then we're going to just have a good time. Mardi Gras comes right by my funeral home. That's where it starts. So we can have a party.
All right, colleagues. Councilman Ford Sr. has made one change. Please review them before the next meeting and be ready to make any changes necessary. Item 2 is a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2026 operating budget, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same-night minutes. This item was heard in budget, and I agreed with Councilman Carlisle that we would revisit it if anyone had anything to add. Councilman Carlisle, Vice Chair JSW, or Councilwoman White, anybody have anything to add, change, substitute?
For the operating budget amendment.
Are you making an overtime amendment?
Yeah, I'll yield the floor to see if there's a motion or an action. I do got just a follow up on the ADC if we got any order of magnitude on it.
So, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to see if I get any just an order of magnitude.
Before we discuss it, Carlisle, we're going to say he moved it. Do I need a second for this? All right, second by Vice Chair JSW.
Walter Person, CFO, 125 North Main.
Fonda Fouché, Chief Human Resource Officer, 125 North Main.
I worked pretty closely with Chief Fouché in the aftermath of the committee meeting this morning to try to ferret out what we could in terms of an ADC. Chief Fouché went back. She spoke with our actuaries. She laid out the plan. They weren't able to get back to us by this point. However, we have been able to develop a fairly robust estimate that we have a high degree of confidence in. Chief Fouché worked with her team, her finance team, and ours to make sure that it was pretty robust. And I think we're comfortable with the number 200,000.
So you anticipate, so just to level set here, if the body were to approve a 2% increase mid-year, the cash out over the period would be 1.7 for sure in salaries, benefits, and overtime. And then likely somewhere plus or minus 100 grand, 200 grand, whatever. It's negligible in the grand scheme of things of the ADC.
Right. That's for the incremental amount.
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. Thank you. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Anybody else?
So, well, actually, I just got
Councilwoman White.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. I just recognized myself. I apologize, Chair. So I just got new information. I was going to propose that if after we got these numbers that it come out of overtime, but and I see them coming to the table. Could you explain to the body what you all just explained to me about the money that's recovered? Thank you.
Teresa Wilson, 2670 Avery Avenue. The expense recovery that FIRE is able to is from it's called prior year expense recovery. So what that is, that's funding that was expensed at our operating that should be transferred back into our operating from, example, like Fund 205, which is a grant. We have in-state grants. So that's been a prior year recovery that has been found, and it's already recorded.
And so I know we were saying it's 1.2 million, and the estimated amount is 1.7 million plus an additional $200,000. So to put us right at about 2 million, what's the amount of the recovery that you've located?
Currently so far 2.2 million.
And is that money that you all have right now that you all have received?
Yes, it has been recorded.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Okay. I'm going to keep going back to this. We didn't find net new revenues. I'm going to keep saying this. You don't find net new money. That's not what's happening. An expense recovery is I spent something, I've been reimbursed for it. Either I'll give us a good example. General Services acts as that facilitator. They have the largest expense recovery on their line item because that's what they do. They provide services, they charge divisions for them, they pay them back, they recover the expense. If there is an expense recovery from a prior year, I don't know how it goes forward to pay future bills when we're already at a deficit. This is like the ongoing circular thing, and I'm trying to be professional and polite. My patience is wearing very thin. I'm not going to say the same thing over and over again. I'm not stupid. I don't have the details of our budget because I don't have access or the time because I'm not the administration. But if I hear one more time that after all this headbanging and weeks of this, that we somehow magically found $2 million we didn't know existed there, I'm going to lose my mind. Because if we knew that money was there, we wouldn't even have gone to all this effort and energy. I'm going to reiterate this. I'm going to find a path. I promise. I'm looking for a path. But it's going to be responsible, at least for me. I'm not going to continue to play three-card monte down here. I'm going to say it again, whether it was the mayor's fault or not, and it wasn't. It was not this mayor's fault. But like, we had 100 positions that weren't in the budget 2 years ago. I could say that money should go to refill that $15 million we had to come out of pocket because we didn't have those in the budget. And there's 1,000 examples of that. Please stop playing accounting games. We cannot be in a position where we raise taxes, have decreasing revenues and increasing expenses, and somehow continually find seven-figure wins and windfalls. Now, I will say this. If the question this group is really asking is like, what is our cash on hand, which I think is what you're really wanting to know. Like, how much cash do you actually have to pay your bills, and how much cash are you actually going to have net most of your bills towards the end of the year? Ask that question. Because everything else is like an income, a receivable, an accrual. Like Walter and I could dance around everybody here just by throwing out big terms and just make it so confusing that like by the time we get done, it's like, I found the money, and everybody's so ready to be done with it. We're just like, yes, we found it. We'll deal with it later. I would like to hear other solutions from members, but I assure you, it is not going to be that we found an expense recovery or a reimbursable, because that money needs to go to the fund balance, to which we are at what level? What is our current unassigned fund balance as of today's down date? I'm going to walk out of here and pull the appropriation statement.
$93 million.
So we are down to less than 100 million. I think we had hovered around 81 million. We already know that our revenues are negative to projections for this year, and we already know that we're already at least 10 million in the hole. So if we don't have any incremental revenues and we know we're going to spend 10 million, does anybody want to answer for me where they think the end of the year unassigned fund balance will be, higher or lower than 91? You can't make this up. We cannot fabricate money, guys. Now, I will agree with members that lobby for their associations that it is a matter of priorities. It's not that the money's not there, it's that we choose to spend it where we want to spend it. And we have to, along with the administration, take ownership of that. But I'll stop talking and to take this thing down to one basic, and this is not political, this is just a straight business principle. If we continue to fabricate recoveries and expenses and push and pulls on the timing of our cash flows, we will get away with it for just long enough, and then it will come crashing down. You are starting to see that in entities around us and entities directly related to us. As a matter of what has happened in the economy, what happened during COVID, it exposes everything when you don't have sales or revenues. So let's level set. The expense recovery was for an expense that occurred. The question the body needs to answer is not even about, has nothing to do with that. I'm just gonna level set. Whether you guys wanna take $1 million or $2 million from somewhere else in the budget and put it towards this initiative is an option. That place could be the unassigned fund balance. But make no mistake about it, there is no decision that is gonna come from this body that is gonna somehow magically create $2 million of incremental wealth that did not exist this morning. You are just solely taking it out of your cash account. When they say from one division to the other, I want to be clear, it's owned by the same business. You are the same holding company of the same thing. So if I go to Bank A and take $50 out and give it to Bank B, it's still $50. I didn't just make another $50. I know that sounds like I'm more just frustrated and tired. But it's because we should be spending this time really working towards the solution we want, and we're hammering on things that aren't real. And I'm just not going to do it. So I would like to hear if anybody does have solutions that we can pay, but like these are the hard choices. Like these are the hard choices. But there is no magical amount of money sitting there. I yield.
Councilwoman Green?
I'm trying to answer your question maybe in two ways. And I'm going to have answers from the CFO and from our director up there. One is, the reports have been made that we're seeing more coming in on our tax revenue. I've seen reports at the state level. I've seen reports on wheel tax, et cetera. People are getting their tags all of a sudden, right? So I'm wondering if we are seeing more and if we have seen more on the XAI front, because that number was always sort of a guess. So that's a revenue piece that I don't know that we ever had a firm number on, or if we are seeing increases than what expected. And then on the HR side, I remember one of the things in sort of the omnibus that Councilman Spinoza and I worked on during budget season, one of the things we talked about was a hiring freeze and how much that would save. And forgive me, Chief Uche, I cannot remember. I feel like it was like $500,000 for half the year. But I don't know if we have continued that sort of strict hiring freeze since budget to the end of the year, and if that has created savings for us. I know we heard from Director Davis today that he still has 140 plus positions that aren't filled. Like, are there other places there where we were expecting to spend that we haven't? So to you, have we generated more or less or about what we expected on revenues? And to you, are there savings in positions and other things that we could use for these positions?
Yes, Councilwoman, we have received just over $13 million from the XCI initiative. So that money did come in as planned. We've allocated 25% per the resolution to the South Memphis Revitalization Fund, with the 1% that's going for education and marketing, per the friendly amendment. We have not seen, and I kind of spoke to this earlier, I would say that we're looking at roughly flat property tax revenues. They're not bad, they're good, but we just haven't seen the kind of growth that we really wanted to see. But it's still good. I mean, we're flat, which is not a bad thing given the tax increase. But the collections just so far haven't been quite there. On the sales tax front, they've been slowing down just a tad bit. We have been very strong on fines and forfeitures, to your point. So fines and forfeitures are coming in strong. Our use of money is more or less flat, and that's because the interest rates have dropped pretty much by federal mandate, and it's got a dip in it. So intermediate maturities dipped, then they spike up in the later. So I said all that to say that in the grand scheme of things, we're roughly flat on revenues. They're not bad, they're just not growing at the pace we would like to see.
Yeah, and I know on the property side, sometimes, most things come in a little bit later. Not generally this part of the year, they come in
Yes, ma'am.
spring. Okay.
As far as the hiring freeze, instead of calling it a hiring freeze, what we do, we have a weekly job review process for mission critical jobs. And I will say, us having this weekly meeting, we are holding the directors accountable to make sure that we don't have all those vacancies where we used to have them that were 18 months, 12 months. So the divisions are filling their vacancies. We do have still have our position control meeting, so we don't have as many vacancies as we had at the beginning of the year. So we are filling our positions, but we do have a job review process. But so I wouldn't necessarily say that I don't have the savings that an amount of savings, but we are filling positions. It's not a hiring freeze.
So we didn't enact.
Yeah. So what we call it a mission critical job review. Yeah, we call it a mission critical job review. And so we fill positions that are mission critical to make sure the city services
Right, well,
still
and
go.
I remember we did some serious restrictions towards the end of the last fiscal year in order to be able to make budget. And we were talking about how much we could save if we continued at that pace. I'm just not clear if we have continued at that pace, or it sounds like you're still doing the review.
We're still doing review, but
But you're doing more hiring.
We are doing more hiring as is deemed mission critical, yes.
But we do have positions, at least dozens in solid waste, and again, 100. We probably have hundreds in police as well, right?
So, police and fire, they were never a part of that. Right.
But I'm just saying those positions have not been filled, and that's salary money.
So, but police and fire are actively doing recruit classes. So they are
Right, and we set aside 250 specifically for that, for police. But there was another 200 plus that weren't filled.
So what I can do is bring you our most up-to-date position control report, so I can give you the accurate number of where we have vacancies and where they are in the division. Even in solid waste, they do have a lot of vacancies, but as they get equipment in, they are actively filling those positions.
Right, and we talked to Director Davis about that today, and it's going to be several months before they are even have down to 100. I just say all this to say, to try to get to, the point of my colleagues down there, that if they don't feel comfortable, I'll go along with you and say shell game. That's happening. Then I'm trying to find other places and pockets that are actual salary dollars or actual revenues that we're seeing increases on to pay for this, because it is, in the grand scheme, in the 30,000-foot view, a small percentage of our budget overall. And as Councilwoman White said, all of us up here appreciate what the firefighters do. So you said you want a path forward. I'm trying to find you a path forward with the administration. And I don't know if that's a path forward you would feel comfortable with, but I'm just trying to tell you, those were things that we looked at specifically in the budget to pay for this when we proposed it back in June.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I genuinely appreciate that. I do. And the administration has brought this forward, and I think that's the point is I still don't really have a definitive plan on paper. And I hear the philosophicals, if that were the plan, then why don't we have it? Why don't we have it with the numbers that says, this is where we are, this is the number, this is how much we've collected. So again, we're flat on property taxes, we're down on sales tax, we're flattened down on money, and I promise you expenses are going up. We all know that it has to be true. Has to be true. And I want to say this, I just want to reframe. These are general. This is not about fire. This is going into budget. Reframe this for yourselves. The budget is what you make it, and then you manage to it. This year, we made a budget based on a series of forecasts, including transfers into the fund balance, based on what we thought. And in prior years, we've had to draw down on that fund balance all the way to the point, I think we started at 114, and we went all the way down to 81, and now we're back to 93. Bond rating agencies want to see us north of 100. It significantly impacts our ability to do other things. So when we say that we have excess revenues, the first inclination, and again, I don't say this to the personal CFO, but a CFO would say is go stick it back in, because you guys, the expense recovery that's not getting recovered is the unassigned fund balance, is the simplest way to say it. We spend out of it, but it doesn't get to have its own expense recovery. What we really should start doing is start marking it where every time a dollar comes out, it has its own line item that says expense recovery, transfer to police, transfer to libraries, transfer, you know what I'm saying? Because what happens is we get to the end of the year and it's like, it's fund balance again. So I think we've got to find within the budget, I think what Councilwoman Green is saying might have some legs to it, is you find it within the budget and you manage to it. Now, that may cause pain in other divisions, but I think we had an attorney-client session earlier today where the theme was people just always coming back for more. And we just always turn on the spigot. And it's like, again, the reason I use the card shell game is because I don't have the ability to articulate the things that I have seen, because it's little things here or there. It's never a $50 million number. It's $1 million here, it's $2 million there, it's $4 million there, it's $5 million there, it's $6 million here, it's $1 million there, $2 million there. And the next thing you know, you're $25 million in the hole 12 months later. And here's the deal, you guys take a minute and think about it. You know I'm right. So again, I'm with Councilwoman Green. I think we've got to try and find a way to manage to it. It is probably what 0.00001% of the $850 million operating budget. But the reality is the levee will break at some point. And we never believe that the levee ain't gonna break, but it will. And so, having been with most of you through COVID, through all the things that we've seen, I have never astonished when things that I thought would never happen. And so I just say all to say, like, I think we can find a way. I know everybody up here wants to do it. I know I want to do it, but I just cannot bring myself to continue these conversations where I know that we made a decision on like some back and forth verbal conversation. Like if you were running your own business and someone came in and asked you for money and you guys talked about it, would you cut them a check for $1.7 million? Like, we're kind of doing that now. We're like walking our way through how we think we may possibly pay for this thing, and it's a huge decision. And it's like, we got to get it down on paper. And not only because of accountability, but so I can understand it, so you can understand it. I've yet to see a singular plan that has not been able to have 50 holes poked in it. And that's because it's standing on shaky ground. I think, to Councilwoman Green's point, we probably can come together and find a path. I just don't think we're going to be able to do it today. Like, and I don't want to send the firefighters packing either. I just know that what I've seen, in my humble professional opinion, is that it is not a financially viable, smart play. As proposed today, I'm telling you, we're going to come back. We're going to have a drawdown on the unassigned fund balance, and all we're going to do is increase it by whatever we've increased today's fee. And you could say, well, we're already going to have a drawdown. What's another $2 million? Fine. That's totally a good position to take. But whatever position we take, we have to take it on the merits of it. And that's really, I think, what I'm saying is the federal expense recovery, the $2.2 million from 2024, all of those are money that was spent, and we drew down $15 million for fire out of unassigned fund balance. At the very least, that money should go to pay back that stuff. Fire didn't do anything wrong. It's not a negative, but it's still a budget. Like, we cannot continue to draw down these things. Anyway, I'm going to be quiet. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman. Colleagues, we have Councilwoman White, Logan, and Ford Sr. in the queue. Be mindful that we're supposed to start the main meeting in 2 minutes, and I haven't finished executive. So if you want to reserve your comments downstairs, this item is going downstairs with the same 9 minutes. I do need to take a vote on this item before we move on.
With no recommendation? Yeah. Sit down with no recommendation.
All right, all those in favor of sending it down with no rec, signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, that item passes. That brings us to our add-ons, colleagues, 34 through 36. 34 is a resolution to accept Wolf River Bottoms Task Force Phase 1 recommendations. Districts 1, 2, 5, and 7, Super District 9, requested by Councilman Logan. There is a request for same night minutes. Item 35, Memphis and Shelby County Sports Authority Board, appointment of Maya Siggers, request for same night minutes. Item 36, resolution to amend the fiscal year 2026 operating budget. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. So our same night minute items are 11, 34, 35, and 36. Items 3, 22, and 28 will be held until December 16, 2025.